Hello. Um, just checking to make sure things are working. Looks good there. And hello. I am Brenda Jean Power. This is Medicine Woman Solution, and this is my Monday morning show. Today is Green Day, so it looks like. So I have a topic for today's show, which has to do what is NMA. Anybody know what that is? What is NMA? And we can get addicted to it. We can get addicted to it. We are so used to having it in our space every single day that we cannot sometimes see the lines because they get quite blurred. Okay, sometimes we just can't see them. Regardless, they're just quite blurred. And so, what does that mean? What is NMA? So we're just looking around and saying, letting people in. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. We got a topic about it though, and it's something that affects your life every moment. Hello, hello, hello. We got Joanna, Nicole, Melissa. Hey, how you doing? Jocelyn, Nita. Now, if you're here for a reading but you can't stay, you can always just go to Medicine Woman Solution and hit the message button. Say, yes, please. And then I'll give you 1 minute, and then I'll leave a timestamp so that you can see where it is. You can come back to the show later. Hey, Crystal. So, hello on TikTok. Raspberry. I think I know you. Raspberry chocolate. That's yum. Okay. Rachel, how you doing? I want a reading, but I'm in the U.S. and can't figure out the time change. You want a personal private reading off the show? No problem. You just let me know, and then me and you will work together and pick out a good time for you, because I will help you do all that. Okay, I will help you do all that. No problem. And you can get a personal read today, and because you're. Have I read you before on the show? Because if I haven't read you on the show before, it changes. How many you get. Alrighty. NMA. What is negative mental attitude? NMA. What is it? Now that you know that it's a negative mental attitude, what is it? You're thinking, well, you just told us. Now, you may know some things, but what if you don't know the real definition of it? Okay, so sometimes we got to get ourselves to think. And it's very important to understand certain things about it. Some people get very highly addicted to it. Very highly addicted to it. So, yeah, okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so you can get your 1 minute today as well. Negative mental attitude is procrastinating. Yeah, it can be that. So just understand that I watch people run around with a negative mental attitude and just get a kick out of being negative. And you can do it towards people, and you don't realize you do it towards yourself. You don't know that you really sabotage anybody. So you're thinking of the attitude. What kind of attitude do you have today? Now, do you understand you don't know how to get an attitude until you what? Until you download the first 7 years of your life, when you watch your parents, when you watch your siblings, when you watch your community. Because your brainwave is in theta. So how do you get an attitude that can turn into a temperament? Is because you had an experience. Oh my God. And that experience left a little sour taste in your mouth. Wasn't positive, it was negative. And so it left this, you thought about it, and then you felt it. So thought and emotion did a little hanky-panky and created a thingy. So a lot of times the thingy will be this baby, this thing, this in the body, because you thought it, that the body is now your mind. So your mind, your body, your subconscious mind remembers what you've gone through and will bring it up every time. Especially if you're triggered, or if that becomes so natural you don't even know it. So if you're pissed off and you're walking around and 2 weeks later you're still pissed off, and you're going to create a temperament. Oh, she's always angry. or don't mess with her, she has a bad attitude. So negative mental attitude is that you'd be talking happy and to everybody else, and then thinking, what a miserable piece of shit. And then you have to tell everybody about how miserable piece of shit, even though you say you love them. You're not even aware of what you do. You get it? You'll get a reading in just a moment or two, so hang in there. So negative mental attitude is like, oh, he's such an asshole. Oh, God, let me call my girlfriends because today was a big doozy of a day. Now, why do we do that? Because that is how ego, or just humans without your spiritual self, process. And the process is important because you got to make your life to make sense again. You got to get that part of you to, feel better. But what if your feeling better only reaches the negative mental attitude? So now you're going to have to feed yourself on going into negative space. And get this. So your thingy, remember the thingy of the mental and emotional shit that came from that experience, it did a little hanky panky and you couldn't figure it out. And I guess, it becomes a thingy in your body called anxiety or depression or, I feel sick every time I see this person. Sometimes there's no words. What does that do? So you'll be going along and you're in a positive mental attitude, a little PMA, and all of a sudden you come across some triggers and things like this, and bam, you go, and you go right into a negative mental attitude without realizing it. Even though you say you're happy, where did you hide your happiness? Usually inside the negative. But you get off on, and I'm not talking sex, that you have to one up. That's how we were taught to some degree, depending on which paradigm. You have to make the other person feel bad. You have to make them belittle. You have to make them hurt. But not the right thing to do. It's not about right or wrong. It's about, can you wake up? Nita says, being a negative Nancy towards life and self. By self, I mean, oh, I'm so stupid sometimes, or they're right, I'm such a bitch. Exactly. And you understand energy when it comes to direction. Negative mental attitude can be towards yourself, or that energy can be towards outward. But the majority of the time, it is here. So if you take somebody like Sheldon from, that TV show, I get some ducks. Sorry, there's a picture on my TikTok screen. Or you can see Temperance from Bones, and they don't really have that emotional connection or emotional cues. So when people, give you like confused or, oh my God, I'm disgusted or angry, they don't know how to read those cues. But those that are either too sensitive, and it's not that you're too sensitive. You're born with the ability to understand sensitivity. Okay, it's nothing wrong with that. Empathy, we all have all these, but one is going to be more favored to learning it. So I have the trifecta of being a sensitive, a kinesthetic, and an empath. So what does that mean is that I had them in the field just like every one of you, but my learning from the soul aspect has made them so that they didn't get closed off when I was little. So now my job as a soul is to grow to understand them. And so I read cues quite nicely. Gestures, 70% of language doesn't come from the mouth, but comes through the face or the body, or, like you all seen that one. Didn't have to say a word. You don't. My mother's eyes were so see-through blue that if looks could kill, and she knew it too, because that's where she was teased, picked on. But then when she get really mad at us and she wanted us to behave, she had a brew of us. She had like 5 or 6 of us. She would just, and those see-through blue eyes would just be like, if looks could kill, you'd be dead. And so your body registers because it has the thingy. You're like, oh my God, what did I do wrong? And so then you're going to start to look at the next person, even if you don't know them, that has maybe a resting bitch face. what did I do wrong? And you won't realize the programming you're doing to yourself because you're reading cues from your environment and you haven't learned the differences of people and their energies and the different signatures they put out. So we have to heal how we see pictures and read that program about it. Okay? We have to see that. That's one angle. And it's not just a one-off. What's a one-off? Oh, I healed it once. It's done. Oh, shit didn't work. No. You are a work in progress. And it is very much important that you begin to understand. So why did Spirit have me come here? Because I can see the different ways that ego sees. I see the different ways that Spirit sees. I'm helping you wake up. And we start off slowly by doing the intro with these shows. Then you come to Tribal. We get you deeper. And if you go into the personal classes, yeah, you are being challenged to wake up with your soul on such a level that when you start to wake up, you don't want to go back to sleep and take a wave and hasta la vista all the work you've done. Okay. News says, I'm working on my narc stare. That damn glare loves to surface, reminding me where I need to heal. Now notice she is one of our tribal healers. And what is she doing? She's learning to not just work on herself, but totally understand all of the kaleidoscope of life. So she's picking out different ones right now. She just said, and she said it, I have a stare. Now she's not sitting there bitching at herself. She's like, I am aware of it. I'm owning the fact that I have made this choice throughout my life. But now I'm going to stand here and I'm going to own the fact that I can make a choice. So I'm going to learn to understand what I would like to change in myself. So she then says that darn glare loves to surface, and she's aware of it. It'll pop up, and then she probably could feel it on her face. She probably could feel the story behind it, and she says it reminds me where I need to heal. So she's starting to take ownership. See, that's important. That's important on your growth. Yes, you're going to have flaws. That we don't look at them as flaws. We look at them as like, where did we put our energy investment? Where is it that where our download, our program is in charge of us? So a negative mental attitude, especially towards ourselves, is going to really create what's called an attraction factor out in the world and attract people in so that you can have the same experience. So you can say, oh my God, what did I do wrong? Do you understand this particular loop here? Because if you are looking, like I said, if you look at Temperance and Sheldon on these shows, they don't quite get the emotional cues so that they can have a communication. But sometimes we get too good at emotional cues that we've gone the opposite way of not understanding. So this is where your filters from who is in the past will surface. And you will then superimpose your filter onto your loved ones, usually because those are the ones that are always in your space. You have to learn from something or someone. But if you can begin to see just a couple little things, one, that negative mental attitude where you have to bitch and then you have to be in competition, who's got the worst story. Or you have to always look at life as negative nilly. And here's the thing, over time, your cells that are really healthy come in and they have to be distorted. So the DNA is going to be distorted based on how you've taken in the outside. And then your cells now have to fill in a quota. So if you're used to that personality of being a police person, meaning I got to police your actions, you're doing wrong, then your body will go, you're not into your identity that you've claimed that that's what you like and that's who you are and that's who you think you should be. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that if you want to grow, you have to see where love is lacking. Where did you put your life force? But if you love being negative, that's fine too. But understand you're not going to connect on that soul level to change those level of consciousness. That means AKA healing your chakras. Got it? So Autumn says, I had an uncle ended up telling me that judgment is hereditary. Okay. But a BS, that's correct. He did also say, though, too. Here's the thing, is that what do you get is this epigenetics, the genetics. Epi means on top. So you have, along with your genes, you have their attitudes, their emotions, and their behavior, that if they are unable to resolve, to evolve their shit shows or their issues, that will be passed on to you. But it doesn't mean that it's hereditary. It means that it's still a choice. You're learning through that vessel and saying, I don't want to break this. And this is where you will break the family curse. You will break the genetic curse, because you are a soul and a spirit that's waking up, and you're learning the difference between judgment and discernment. Now you will start acting and being sometimes the biggest asshole on the earth and won't even know it, even down to the slightest thing. What do I keep doing wrong? Well, if you want to be a certain way and you want, maybe you're an attention seeker, this energy was going to go out and out and out, but you won't realize that your words, whether it's passive or passive aggressive, then you are manipulating people to love you. And we're always making ourselves the hero. So we're always going to be in a joking. This is why I really say, please pay attention to your flippant talking and how you casually associated with joking around, because you may be hurting other people's feelings and not know it. Just like a really funny joke. And you don't realize how much in that joke it is to undermine, to hurt others. What are you talking about? It's a joke. Just like, what are you talking about? It's just a conversation. So there's a lot of transforming going around, but most people will like, I had a really good day and today sucks. And then they bitch about it. But you have what's called a quota. So your cells that have been altered can make what they call daughter cells or different form of cells. And what happens to this is that they have a different type of program. Okay. So now you have to fill your quota. So if you need to feel like shit that day and you didn't do enough of it yourself, and there's still opportunities for somebody to do it, your attraction factor, that energy within, will go out and say, not cough, we have to fill this. So the energy will go out and it will then hang out here until it magnetically attracts somebody in that probably doesn't even realize that on their soul contract, they're like, yeah, I gotta make somebody feel like shit today because that's part of my process. Or I'm just supposed to be around this person today and they're supposed to take it like I gave them to make them feel like shit. So there's all these different scenarios. So without realizing it, you're going to attract somebody in so you can experience that. So you can fill your quota about who you are. Now, and it'll get very daunting sometimes because you're like, well, Jesus, I can't just be happy one freaking full day. Well, you're telling yourself the program. Wow, I can't be happy. This is where then you need to chart it. Is it true? And you find out that really it was only in this 10 minutes or this 2 minutes out of this 24 hours, but you've claimed this, that now your filter tells you that everything's a shit show. See, this is detailed, but you got to decide. If you're addicted to drama, if you pick up the news because you love it, without realizing it, the loving it is, oh. But if you can't see the negative programming or how TV, the program, like you have a program, is meant to be geared towards making money, which is how can you sell something? You have to create a drama. Most people like drama TV. Most people like to hear something that it's like a bad accident. You can't stop looking. What happened? And you're driving by and you get in an accident. You're like, oh shit, because you weren't paying attention. You were too busy, drawn into this interest. What happened? So you have to then start taking some control within yourself. Like, I don't need scary movies. I don't like them, but I also don't sit there and watch them because I don't need my brain to fill in the blanks if I'm sitting there and let's say, like something would go by. I can easily go with my ego and my fear and this fear stream and go, with pictures that I've seen from scary movies, going, oh my God, it must be. And I have a label for it. When in true, it's not. It's just false meaning. Now I'm creating a false reality and it's not really happening, but I can know with the pictures in my mind, it's happening. Don't freaking tell me it's not happening. And then, so again, when people come to me and they're like, oh, that scared me. Your fear can dramatize anything to match the definitions in your filing cabinet that you have collected through whatever medium you chose. As you begin to get older, you can change and heal some of these things so that your brain stops hallucinating the next best guess. It's trying to fill in the blank. We got to find out what it is because it got our attention. And as the observer, we got to look. But if our definitions are sucky, it's time to upgrade our filing cabinet. Does that make sense? So if you love drama TV, it's not a problem with that. But so if I'm watching TV, oh my God, that's really being so involved that all my cells believe it happened to me. But if I can go, wait, because I'm still in charge before it really downloads as a program. My husband and I will sit there. My husband goes, honey, do you know this movie was made 20 years ago? And I saw that kid right there making another movie. He's not dead. Well, it goes back to when I've seen space. But do you live there? No. Does it really hurt? No. Do you have to go back into that pain that you resolved out and really get back into it by thinking and choosing to go down how you remembered how it felt? And you can pull up everything. You can change this. You can so honestly change this. It's up to you. Now, you have the different ways, but here's the thing. The one thing about Medicine Woman's Solution is that I help you see things that are in the energetic field, and this is the stuff your soul wants you to work on. To the point, it wants you to evolve. When you resolve, you evolve. Now, why not create a revolution? Well, why do you feel like you have to fight and there's an enemy? Why do you feel like you have to be like a merry-go-round and go around and around, or like a revolving door? We don't want it to make a hell loop anymore. We want to be able to get the independence without having to feel that we have to take back our power. We want to disempower inside here first. Change the inner world so that we have a brand new outer world. And when you start to notice that when you start to take control of these emotional chemical peptides, you start changing timelines. You could have chose a shit show timeline today. You could choose a good timeline today. That's up to you. If you're staring and going, they did me wrong, and every day you say, they did me wrong, and you sit there and you start looking at everything. Oh, I found another piece of evidence. They did me wrong. Notice that the driver is, they did me wrong. What does that mean? It means that that you won't let it go, and you will have this hidden agenda, this particular outcome, and you're not going to be able to be comfortable until you resolve it. But you want it resolved your way. And maybe we need to go in and see what the driver is, the emotion that drives you, so you never resolve it. People think that if they carry revenge, that's going to resolve it once they get there. No, because you got another one and you have another one. You go back even further. heal the pain, heal the beliefs that they wasn't loved, heal that they had to slight me. It's all about me, me, me. You heal these particular levels, the outer world changes. And you stop believing, and believing is part of the keys. Okay. So how are you with me? Do you understand what I'm saying? And hello, everybody. Amber says, hi, ironic that this is the topic. A coworker always complains about others. I keep telling her, if you can't change the situation, change the way you react to it. Exactly. Periodically, I find myself engaging with her when she complains about others. When I notice it, I follow up with a positive outcome for us to both vision. Excellent. Instead of holding that judgment and creating more space for the negative energy. Excellent. Sometimes you just have to say, okay, why am I here? Is this something I have to heal? Or are you going to be the demonstrator? Are you going to be this new face on life that helps others to achieve their goal? That's up to you. But yeah, if you can catch it, you can switch it, you can do a lot of things. And that's what's important, is that when you can do so. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, looks like they changed a few things. Now I'm a little confused. On TikTok, that's where I'm looking. And they used to have where you can flip the camera by pushing that one button. Did they move it again? Oh, there it is. And now it's at the bottom instead of the top. Interesting. Thank you for the stars. Thank you. You can donate. If you don't want to have a reading, you don't want this, but you feel compelled that you want to say thank you, you want to support this movement, then yes, you can send stars. You can send all kinds of different things. Even I've had love donations, and you say a love donation and nothing in return, then I know what you're talking about, because I've had several of those, but I always have to clarify. So now we look at... Diana, I would have no problem with the reading on Zoom now. Excellent. Okay, so if you want to come on today's show, the one thing is it's $24 for a reading and healing. Put your hand down there, Charlie. A reading and healing, and you get 8 minutes. So we try to stop it at 8 minutes, but sometimes it depends if it's juicy enough for spirit. I don't have any charge over that. So that's how a person come on. So Spirit says, open up the thing, get on the right page. And we have, yes, we do, Diane. Okay, so notice that you will be the, hold on. Oh, that was nice. Thank you. I didn't even see that, Amanda. All right, so Diane, or Diane, I don't know how you go by, but you will be the first to come on today. So give me a few minutes. And so she jumps the queue from anybody else. Now, if there's a new person in the room, yes, I'm seeing the comments. If the new person's in a new putty that I've never read before in the room, then you get to jump the queue as well. Okay, now let me look and... down here, I need to open it up here and go here. There we go. There's all the people that want the 1 minute. Excellent. Go on from there. Okay. Yes, we will address your opportunity, your question. Yes, we will do that. So let's trust spirit on this. Okay, we'll see. So I'm just going to quickly go over to the other rooms real quick. And we have, is it Marissa? Have I read you before? I have not read you before. I will take and read you if you're still in the room. Let me look over here. Amber says, that was my issue with my mom's ex-husband over yes, I should really hold on to resentment. I still hold a lot of judgment towards him as well. Then what we do is we heal it in layers. It's so hard to let go of the vengeance and hate. Yeah, that would make sense. That helps me survive. Now, get what she said. She's aware that in order for her to survive that moment when it occurred, her, whatever age she was, did its best. And so we can take those negative emotions and they can help us survive. But now as we age, we hit the age of 25 and 30, the body starts growing old. Instead of expanding to grow, it does it the opposite way. So now you have to be more resourceful, or you must be more aware of where you're putting your energy so that you don't have to grow older before you're ready. Okay. All right. So I'm taking this as a yes. So I am going to take this person for 2 minutes, and then now Diana, you have a Zoom, and I will send you a link. Now, the best way to make sure I can get to you so you can get the proper link is to, and I'm checking. So Diana, go over to my, because you're on Facebook, go over to my page, Medicine Woman Solution, because I think that's where you're at. Go at the very top where it says message me, and then say hello, and then I can send you the link in there. Okay, so that's how we're going to do it. Now, Marissa, it would help if I actually had my stuff here. Okay, Marissa, my digestive system, I'm gassy, but there's something invading. This is something that you ate, something that you breathed in, something, no. So the environment has something to do with big time. Is there an energy in the environment that's not an emotion? So there's actually has to do with something inside of me doesn't know how to really communicate with some things on the outside of me. And so feels like this particular program is that when you feel lofty energy coming at you, okay, when lofty energy begins to come at you, then you don't know how to respond. And so then your balance becomes off a little bit. And then all of a sudden your body, it's telling me in the lumbar region. So your lumbar, anywhere from 1 to 5, I would say it's about L3, starts to ache because that's the end program. And then you start to feel something toward yourself with some negative thinking. Now I'm looking at how muddled you become because you feel accused. So the filter is saying that you feel accused. And then there feels like there's a little bit of a security issue, that you just feel like you got to stay right where you are, or you got to stay right where you are. That's the best way for me to say it. Because this invading energy, if you were to move, it would follow you. So this invading energy, like I said, is lofty, but in it has to feel like it also is spewing out that you may feel worthless. Now I'm looking at this and you're like, but I can't let it go. I can't let it go. That really pisses and bothers me off. That really hurts me. That's what I'll do. That's what it is. Oh my God. And so then it becomes a habit of the thinking and the feeling, which leads to you having to feel like you have a lack of power. If any of this makes sense, then you understand that when it's in the space, your body will do a compulsion to begin to respond, maybe not in the way you want, but in the way that you were trained or something like that. Yes. So just come over to Medicine Woman Solutions, the same words. Okay. So it's, okay. Okay, I will send message to. Now remember, you don't just say, okay, so let's just make sure we've got it. Let me click it, see if the new aspect is there. Okay. Just remember that wherever you're at, if you wanted to do this, you go make sure that you understand the format is Facebook. Medicine Woman Solution. That's SOUL. Don't do SOL. Okay. It's SOULTION. And then you find where it's just message me, and you just click on it and say hello or 1 minute, please, depending on what you're doing. And I don't think I can, but I could search anyway. So I can see you, but there's no way really for me to connect to get to that link unless I find another way to do it. Spirit has shown me another way I could get a hold of you if necessary. And thank you, Spirit, for resolving this. And you will see me say hi to your personal inbox, but it will probably come across as my personal name, which is Brenda Jean Power. If you happen to see my name, Brenda G. Power, make sure it really is coming from me. Marissa, did it make sense to you? Okay, so one of the things is your timestamp. If you ever want to listen to this again, you just go over to Facebook and you find me there. And on today's show, it should say your name with a timestamp. But if you want to do some healings, that there's more than welcome. The first thing I would say, Marissa, is take your right hand, left hand. I don't care, but as long as your palm is touching your forehead and then your hand drops here, you could do one thought at a time. Okay, one thought at a time. So again, Diana, if you happen to notice that, yep, I think it came through. Yes, it did. Excellent. Excellent. Hello. All righty. Now I'm going to go over, since we got that connection, we are going to, oops, said hello to the wrong person. Oh, well, I'm sure they'll say what's up and I'll say, oops, mistake. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, well, it's all good. You just have to follow the link. Now, if you have iPhone or if you're going through like Firefox, yeah, that's it. You may have to have me type everything in, and I probably should get prepared to do just that. Maybe or maybe not. I don't know. It depends on how it goes. Because sometimes you can't get in because it'll say it'll ask for this and that. That is the only time that we seem to have issues. Is when, see, the link would normally will work if you usually have a Samsung phone, or if you're going through a particular web browser. Other than that, oops, that's not right. Other than that, then we found another way once you get in. So, okay. And, other people, there's, you can go in and, yeah, I'm not sure why there's the views are down, but that's okay. Share away. People will learn that I'm here, hopefully. And if not, I don't know. What does it say? So she has seen the link. The negative mental attitude. This is the one thing that I cannot completely, I hated it. I hated growing up in it, and I didn't know what it was. I just know that I'd go from one room of the house. We had lived in a trailer, so there really wasn't any rooms. And you go into the next one, and it was just this big cloud of pig pen's dust. It was just, no matter what room you went in, you felt drained. You felt like your energy was just sucked the life force out of you type feeling. No matter which room you went in. And then when you did go into a room where you're happy, they're like, well, what's wrong with you? Well, you got something up your sleeve. I mean, there was just always this. And then when you talk to the person and you're problem solving and you're giving an answer, and bam, the next thing you know, this person is got a problem with every solution that you come up with. And all you're doing is brainstorming, and they're telling you and taking it out on you that and you're like, oh my God. And it gets so draining, so tiring when a person is in that way. But if some people are there just because that's the attitude, it can, you can change that. Now, if it is a polarity thing, you can still heal that. If it is a left brain, right brain, over dominance, high beta thing, you still can heal that. But it's when a person wants a particular outcome and they're thriving to get it, then you're not going to heal what you need to heal until you wake up, because that's part of the lesson, is that how much energy you're involved in putting in this particular thing. All right. So again, if you come on the show, you don't have to have video. You can just have audio. That is up to you. But this time it's real time in action. And with real time in action, we can make a big difference. So she just made it into the room. Let me get this mic open. Oh, let's click it again. There we go. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Now I just want to make sure. Your picture disappeared. Do you want video on or not? Oh, there you are. Now I can see you. Okay. Excellent. Okay. So I'm going to hit start. Tell me what you'd like to work on.
Well, no, I was just curious on a question that I had for an employment opportunity that was given to me via connections. And I was just looking into some insight. I hope it's a remote opportunity. Really, really hope it is. And I really, really hope that it's meant to be.
Okay, so several little things. It's about 70% equal to you. Doesn't mean it can't become 100% of a job. Now, you want it to be remote, but I'm asking the question, they're saying something about certain things they want to play out. I feel like they're up in the air, but here's the thing. When it comes to this energy opportunity, I'm looking at a repulse compatibility, meaning that you may be 100% feeling like you're compatible, but your body is going to feel this. It's not going to fit in energy. Okay. And do you feel oftentimes do you feel contempt for others, or people have contempt for you in the past?
I don't have any contempt for, in other words, I don't really give it mind, to be honest.
Okay, but have you seen others do this in that area?
What do you mean?
Okay, so for instance, they're showing me the social intelligence. Is that when the social interaction happen between people, you happen to see some people actions and behaviors are not quite up to, happiness and joy and love. So there's like usually office politics, things like drama. And so you're like, ooh, I don't like that. Does that make sense?
I may, to be honest, I steer clear from the drama.
Right. And that's the thing.
I don't really like.
Correct. You may not like it, but you see it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like in general, yes, but I mean, why is that?
No, all I'm telling you is that the attraction factors, your inner world programs are letting you see the shit show that you need to resolve. So if it's there, that's one thing. But if you happen to have to see it and you're like, oh, it's part of my daily routine where or you have to hear somebody talk about it, draws your attention to it. Your soul is telling you that that's what they want you to heal. The biggest issue that I see is where people treat everybody like an object. Does that make sense?
Okay, I don't really know if you're talking about the opportunity or where.
Okay, so here's the thing. You want an opportunity. I'm telling you, your same shit's going to follow you no matter where you're going. So if you don't want to know about what you're bringing to the table or what your attraction is what you're going to see. So if you want me just to be a straight healer, or no, not a healer, a reader, then I will do that instead of helping you understand you can be more aligned to your opportunity. So I'll look at this relationship with this opportunity, and this is where we will just look at use of cards. And they said that they're saying keep an open mind to this opportunity. Sometimes, see, now they're looking at how this relationship is that there's a part of you that don't want to give it a chance. I said that's not going to be what she wants. So let's go for another deck. This opportunity, will it give her the remote access so she doesn't have to do what she don't want to face or do or be in? And they said that you like solitude. And I'm saying, well, she knows that. That's not the answer. Will she? Okay, so let's say that we say solitude. Yes, she will have the remote, and we're going to take that because all I see is opportunities. They said as long as you keep your focus on the situation, that yes, I'm going to go. It is remote. I am going to do that. That's the job I want. Then you're not going to settle for a job that just comes up. Now, at the same time, I'm seeing, will this job be more remote? I said, yes. I see if you keep a positive attitude or understand that this, instead of going, oh my God, I hope it's not, I hope it's not, I hope it, you get yourself out of that negative because that's the conditioning. Your chances are then they have opportunities. They have from COVID issues that they've learned that they can adjust. So that's even better. So that even means more of a yes of an opportunity for remote.
Awesome.
If I said, go ahead.
No, I appreciate what you were saying about like bringing shit with me from whatever. To be honest, I think, no, I don't mind the healing away from the stress. Let's just call it that. It's more like, but I might.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
Now all I'm looking is this. So I said, Spirit, can you give more of a clue so that there's this I can see it. So I'm watching going, I really wanted a better outcome. So I'm looking at the stress. I'm trying not to read the stress, but I'm asking Spirit with the opportunities, which one are you going to be lined up with more? And they're saying that they want you to do what? Very specifically. Because again, I'm looking at it from a different mindset because you're like, oh, I want some certainty. I don't have that. They said that when you have this card appears, it's a sign that you're wandering in an emotional and intellectual place with no real substance. There's no point longing for that which is already gone or hasn't happened yet. So you're bringing this hoping into the situation, and that type of thinking will cause you to continue to keep hoping. Now, I love hope, but hoping is more of a negative aspect because along with it comes a negative mindset. So the card is, yes, I want it to be remote. I'd like it to be this way. And they're showing me the stress on this. So you're in this stress loop that I'm looking at. I says, can you give her some clarity? And they said, well, that's up to her about what she uses with her creative mind, and say, okay, thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Spirit. Now, if you don't include your spirit, that's fine. You're still going to be looking at your program. And the best way to say, will the job, they said, as long as you're open and you flow with it, meaning you alter yourself around the job, then what does this mean? And this says, all manner of opportunity are presented at this time. Wide open is a signal that you're able to truly manifest your dreams, that your goals are in sight. Don't remain small and contracted. So expand. So as you get in and you feel like it's not quite right, don't close it down saying, okay, I'm going to just sit there and go, I would like it to be remote access. And then you can talk to them. So they're asking if you can step up to the plate and make sure you do communicate what it is that you want. Okay.
Yeah. So basically be very explicit, because for one, it's in a different city.
Yep.
For two, this came from very close family connections.
Okay. So now what I'm hearing here is that it's not about the job as much as also your soul is saying, is this place right for me as well? Not the job, but the place of where you're going to park your body at every night. Does that make sense?
Okay, I get it.
Okay, so the body's a little confused because it says it's going to be, okay, so they're saying let you know about the adjustment period. So it could take an average up to 2 years. If you're really out of sorts, you're not going to really accept it. But if they says, according to this, you really are going to accept it, I feel like they're showing me people. They're showing me like a man and other things where you actually will feel for the first time. It's like, it reminds me of a movie where a person moves into a town and they connect like with one person. I feel like there are people you're going to connect with that's going to make it feel like it's home, and that you'll learn that this was a good opportunity. So is the move really a good opportunity? Yes. Is the job? Now, see, I got 100% on yes, move, let it play out, discover more of who you are. Is the job that's pulling her there, is that worth going for? I keep hearing yes. Does this make sense?
Yes. Thank
okay,
you.
So, all right. Thank you, my dear. And I appreciate you putting time and effort into this, and as well as money. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, bye.
Bye.
So there's different avenues, different ways we can look at it. I just have to get on that stream that you are in. Hopefully she felt comfortable and all of this. Let's see, my nose itches. Okay. Hello. You can have a question if you're still in the room, but I don't see you in the room. But if people are in the room and want a question in TikTok, hang in there. If I'm in the middle of a read of another, I'm not going to be able to pay attention to you. So hang in there if you really want the answer. Well, I am looking at TikTok and I'm not seeing anybody. So just pop up. It says, I have a question, but I'm not going to read them if they disappear. So if user is here, let me know, and then I will answer that. Pixie Razzle Finn. I don't know if I've ever read you. So if you would like a reading, then you have to give permission. And you look new, so I don't think I've ever read you. And that means you get 2 minutes instead of 1. Let's see. User has paid. She's answered your question. Okay. After this page, she'll answer your question. Oh, well, hi. Okay, so nope, still, I think they are gone. They are gone. See, with Tic Tac, it's a whole other realm of way people respond. It's very interesting indeed. So if you happen to be on YouTube as well, yes, I'm new to your live. Would you like a reading? Again, I just say yes, please, and then I can do so. And so you can end up having a 2-minute instead of 1. Mary, hi, my daughter is on the right track. Okay, so I will get to that in just 1 second. All righty. Yes. All right, so Mary, after I get done with Pixie. So Pixie, here we go. I'm looking at some energy fields and I feel this inferiority complex. There's something where somebody has this, there's this authority, there's this particular authority. And what happens is this authority, whether they mean to or not, is that your body is meant to go into feeling awkward about something. So I asked, is your body your mind? Your body just kind of feels like it's clumsy or awkward. And your mind, what's the mind like? Compelled to correct. So sometimes it is, so are they, what are you telling me? They're out of alignment? No. So they're your condition. So however it is, whoever's in your space, you are conditioned to act a certain way without you realizing it, because as soon as that energy of that signature appears, it's an overbearing feeling. Your body goes into an automatic program, a feeling of arrested development that has everything to do with feeling helpless at times. Tell me if you're with me, because if not, we'll go through another route. And I said, if you wanted to look at something else, it says there's a certain amount of energy that you have to feel like, I have to be made to feel like shit. So there's a filter there as well, from what I can see. Yes, that's true. So your spirit aspect of you is telling me that it's ready to start to develop. But what you're going to notice is that people around you have territorial issues. I said, what do you mean by that? Well, there's always this injustice crap that's going on, and it's just part of how people talk. So because you have to be around them, you just repress that emotion of, oh, I just like to, that's my, the interactions of humans. You have a tendency just to reject what they say, push it down in. And then what happens is to shut them up. You're just like, all right, you take the blame or whatever, because you're ready to move on. And some people just stay stuck in a particular situation. Does that make any sense? And I look towards the room. So I'm looking at Jenny's question in TikTok. Which month will I find a new home? So, and this is what's on our mind. This is where we are presently. So the energy sits there. Now I have to ask, does she get 2 or 1? Just so that I need to know about Jenny. Before I get there, Miss Mary. So is my daughter on the right track? Now, again, Pixie, when time's to heal some emotional shit shows, we can help you do that. So Mary, here is my daughter on the right track. So I'm looking, is my daughter on the right track? Now I'm looking at a yes. Now I feel like her heart has a lot to do with getting this desire of being in alignment for it to help. So yes, that's where I feel that the right track. I'm looking, is there anything that's going to stop them from, and they said, oh, of course, everybody has lessons. There's 2 particular lessons. One particular lesson has to do with, feeling helpless and then, don't fall for it. And the other one is how they self-abuse with denigrating themselves. So if those 2 things particularly come up, it's going to interfere with the ability of staying on the right track, because the mind will wander. Now, I see a certain amount of stubbornness within themselves, that they don't want to change something of themselves. Let's say they want to be on a diet, but they can't stop eating. So they're going to be stubborn. They're going to get in their own way, because whatever that is helps them so they don't have to feel alarm. And I said, they don't have to feel an alarm. They go, yes. When they were 5 years old, they felt that there was a habit. Oh, there's a habit of ego, is that I can't behave a certain way. So when whatever the right track she's on, she's going to feel these triggers, and she's going to feel like she can't behave a certain way, or she has to behave a certain way. So that's what I feel. Okay. Now remember, we do healings too. So there's always a healing tool with it. And Jenny here, if you're still here, because see, I see the other person responding. Jenny, let me know you're here so that I know that you are actually here. So as I sit there and I'm watching you sit in worry and fear, and as I see you let going, when will I get it? But then you're actually having these good. I get all that. So I'm going to ask Spirit, because I know that you have a desire. If it's just this and this and that, I can think things through. So I'm going to ask Spirit, can you kind of give me an idea? Is there an actual set in stone? Is it going to be June or July or later? And then I says, can you give me a month, some proximity to when it's all going to be finalized? Are you really saying that? So there's a lot of ups and downs because there's so many different minds that get play in this. You're really struggling to find somewhere. Okay, so that was a whole different story, because see, I feel like it's going to be December, because what I'm seeing that's stopping you from actually finding this. I said to you, so now if we look at that, says I'm really struggling to find somewhere. Now let's address that to help you get into it so you can get it sooner. They said that the main thing is that we have to get the worry out of the way, because the spirit is that you worry, you put it out, you sow that, you have to get it back. So you're going to become addicted to worry. So to help you get rid of the worry, I'm going to ask you to follow along with me. And that is, we want to nip this in the bud so that the brain can have clarity, so that the new energy going out says, I can find a home sooner. If you play with me, let's go. Lung, thyroid, heart, left, right. Take your right wrist, and right there at that point, not on the side, right there, right at the bend, is that I want you to start rubbing. You got to get your heart calm. Okay, so if you rub this, well, right now, just do it right now. Get it all the way now. Do it good 30 times. Don't slide it. Push in and give it a deep rub. Okay. As you do that a good 30 times, then done with this, you just slide up to here. Now it's just above the crick, and you will be at this karate chop point. I want you to push in and rub 30 times. Do several rounds, meaning once you've done that, you go back down to this. Do 30 times and go back up to this, and then stick around, and then give it a good 5 minutes, and then check to see if you're as worried, because we stop that flow of resolving. We stop that flow of receiving to get into balance. We literally disrupt this. Okay. So if we can just do a couple things, you can change the chemical peptides that's causing you to keep seeing the same shit different day. You'd be amazed at yourself. So Jenny, just let me know. Just rub those. Report back. If you feel like it was a 10, worry's a 10, I'm not going to get it, blah, blah, blah. Listen to the words. Now, when you're done, you can also put your hand on your forehead and go, oh, God, I'm not going to get home. I'm not going to get home. I'm not going to get home. Okay? Scale from 0 to 10. There's a lot of inner crying going on in her body right now. And they're bringing that to my attention, because you believed it's truth, and that's what we want to disrupt. So just report back after 5 minutes. All righty. Pretty. I'm just going to call you Pretty. Okay, Pretty. Now, if you're new, you get 2, which I believe you are. I just have to find out from the moderator if you are. She's a 2. All right, thank you, moderator. So I'm going to go up now, Jenny. We have a certain amount of overwhelm of a heartache. And a certain amount of overwhelm of a heartache is there is a fear. And then fear of, interesting. So there's a fear, and then it shows me depressed. And then it went over to the frequency of the fact that there's guilt. And I'm looking and I'm like, what are you talking about? And they says, well, I just can't behave the way I want. I just can't be who I want to be. I just can't. No, I'm hearing it can't. Okay. I'm looking and saying, what are you talking about? And they says, well, I just feel some weakness. And I said, why? Because of the heartache. So tell me, is there heartache? So I'm going to stop real quick right there. And Pretty, is there heartache? Because if there's heartache, we can start disrupting this pattern. So your mindset and your words and your feelings and your thoughts and your reality, your experience, we can shift that so that, and it's nothing magical. It's all your healing that you're going to do to yourself. So are you still here? And do you have any heartaches from the past? Do you have a fresh heartache? Because heartaches from the past can really affect who you are in the moment. Hi, Lizzie. If you're looking for a read, let me know. Yes, heartache. Okay, so now I'm going to take that remainder of the minute and 18 seconds, and we're going to take and create a disrupt. Okay, so you had, because it's heartache, you're giving up on expectations. And so we're going to ask Spirit, is that what you wanted to hold? But can we just do a disrupt? So L1S is what I'm going to have you hold so you can continue the healing. But the disrupt is go to your right wrist, find it here. See, it's right on the front there, right at the crick. And I want you to take, and it's frozen. So you're going to take your hand. You're going to use both sides. You're going to slide across. Then it goes the back of the hand, palm, back of the hand. And we're going to use your hand as electromagnetic energy where you're going to slide it across, back and forth, and then you're going to push in and rub. As you just keep doing this, okay, 12 times like this, and then get pushing in and rub. Okay, do that 30 times. And then I want you to just then grab your left wrist. Okay, and you're going to follow the thumb till you get to the first point, and then you're going to place your thumb in the first point, and then you're going to keep the thumb soft, put your finger in the palm, create the letter C, wrap these three, take the palm, place it on your forehead, let the hands drop top of the head, sit there, and think about that heartache, and give me a scale from 0 to 10, and wait until, just stay there, and you'll start noticing everything will shift. Okay, now, you report back to me. I will be sitting here. Okay. And we continue this conversation. So I see Zena there. Just give me just one moment. I'm going to slide over to Lizzie. Yes, please. Oh, well, me and my ex, Thomas, have our serious conversation this week regarding our current situation, if he will reconcile. Okay. So notice that this is the moment. This is the worry. This is the fear. Worry and fear will create this moment, and this is why you ask these questions. And I will tell you that this is what you want. Your brain is deleted, distort, and generalize, and go, okay, this is what I want. This is what we have. This is what will make me feel better. So let's go back it up. And can I have, as I give this reading, can I give you a disrupt so that you can disrupt this worried pattern so that you can get in alignment to what is good for your heart? Let me know, Lizzie, and we will go from there. Oh, thank you, Thor. Okay, Mary says, it makes sense. She grew up in an unstable environment. Yes, in the first 7 years of a person's life, it is all downloads, and you will repeat it into your life until you get older and you can start breaking those patterns and healing the past, so you don't have to be that to be the fate. Okay, Zena. So let's see. Lizzie said yes, and then I'll come back to you, Zena. Hang in there. All right, so Lizzie, here we go. All right, as I'm looking at this, and she's got this going on, Spirit wants her to do disrupt. So you're going to take your right hand on the back, right on the back there. See how it's in the middle, right in the back. And that is frozen like you wouldn't believe. So take your hand. You're going to use the palm and the back of the hand. And you're going to slide it across. You're going to do that 12 times, okay? Just slide it across. Even if it's just your fingers, that's fine. And once you get there, Lizzie, then take and push in. Now, however you choose to do it, it doesn't matter. But get in there, push, and then rub 30 times. And once she's done that, then she's going to come to the side of her hand. Okay, just above the crick, right there at the karate chop point, you're going to do the same thing. Magnetically do this. And 12 times, then you're going to push in and you're going to rub 30 times. Her body's feels like it's attacking her. So give me a minute. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Again, become aware of where your mind and your heart and everything is. And then when you get to rub these points, you're going to start feeling the shift. Okay. Now, Lizzie, once you're done, I want you to go back and to rub this another 30 times. Okay. Because this one is really stuck. Then to address that question, you put it on the scale from 0 to 10. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Look at what you said. You're going to take your left hand and you're going to line up under the thumb, right at the crick, 2 fingers. Why 2 fingers? Because it's the second position where you're going to place your thumb. And you're going to remember it because you're going to say, oh my God, she's flipped me off. But I'm not. Put your thumb there. You're going to push in. Okay. And what are you going to do then is finger it in the palm, make a letter C, wrap these 3 around for safety, stability, and security. Place your palm on your forehead and let your fingers drop and sit there and think of that question on a scale from 0 to 10, 10 being, and then you sit there and you sit there and you think of that and you stay in the hell loops. Don't think yourself out of it. Just stay in the energy of, and then your body will do the healing. You report back to me, and then we will see where you are. So we go over to, and we say, Zena, are you still here? Shining light, you will be next. If Zena is not here, shining light, if you like a reading, let me know. Zena is here. Yes. Okay. 2 minutes for you, my dear Zena. Pay attention. Here we go. I'm hearing gumdrops and roses on, what is that movie? What is that? Sound of Music? I feel like something's there. I feel like you have somebody that's from the other side that wants to come through. It's very strong, very strong. Somebody that's been from that time period. So they're old. So I said, have they passed and that they're trying to come through? Yes. I said, okay, you have to, okay. They said something about Bobby socks, and I don't know if you had problems with your socks or you didn't match the socks or whatever, but Bobby socks are the ones that only go to the ankle. I said, well, who's really coming through? And there's something to do with like a grandfather. Somebody's coming through. And I'm looking and I'm hearing that there's something to do with, it's like if you were married or whatever, it would be not your grandpa, the son of me, that grandpa, but it's like in the family that's maybe you married into, however it is. But as I'm hearing, they said the message is that there's this energy that seems to be in your household that there's about impending doom. There's a lot of fear that has really pushed you at not really trusting the situation. And that he says, I want her to feel like she can learn to self-soothe, even if everybody else is going around like ape shit crazy. And I said, well, what do you want her to do? And they said, do what you did with that other person. So we're going to have you pay attention to me, Zena, and notice that this is the right hand on the back of the right hand, right at the crick is in the middle. Take your hand, slide it across. We're going to use the palm, the back of the hand, palm, back of the hand. You can do that 12 times, and then we're going to have you rub. Okay. Rub 30. Push in and rub. Don't slide it. Push in and rub. Then they want you to go. Well, this impending doom has a lot to do with how it's easy when people start their shit show and you start to spin out. Is that what you say? And you want them to, and you must live the way they want you to live. They want you to focus on that I have to behave. I have to live the way they want. And you keep stifling yourself. They said they want you to take your left wrist in the second position. Find that second position. Place your thumb in that second position. Nice and soft. Do not push your thumb in. Create the letter C. Wrap it around. Palm on the forehead, fingers drop, sit there. Feel how it controls you, the pending doom, all of this. Oh, every time. And then sit there, put it on a scale from 0 to 10 and wait for it to dissipate down to 0. Okay, report back to me if you want. I will be here. Okay. So I'm looking here. No, I'm looking here. So I see a Cass. Cass said, yes, please. All right, Miss Cass. So, nope, I see shining light first. Shining light, are you here, my dear? I'm looking for shining light. Okay, so as soon as I see you there, okay. And I believe that was 2 minutes, correct? And I have to wait for the moderator. Moderator, is that 1, 2, or 3? Moderator? Shining light, yep, I'm going to give you a read in just a second. Not what happened to the moderator there. All right, I'll start off with 2. So here's what I've seen. Petrified. I hear a song, but it's related to something else. I don't know what it is. But they said the outside. So they're pointing to the outside of the environment. And they're pointing to the outside of the environment. And they said that inside, you have anxiety. Inside. So whatever's going on in the environment, your body just does this anxiety signal. And so when that happens, you know, and the body says, well, this particular anxiety says, ooh, I know I'm going to be made to feel like shit today. I'm always every day as I'm made to feel like shit. If that makes any sense, let me know, because what I'm seeing is that your body is saying, can you recall a time when you didn't feel like shit? Because we got to get the brain to say, I remember a time I remember a time, it's like when you walk in the kitchen, you forget, and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to forget that. And you're like, no, recall. Instead of telling yourself, you're going to say recall. So you're going to recall a time. They want you to bring this up because you know that as soon as you start to do this, it's called a checkout. Do you really want to be checked out? Because I feel like your body is saying, please don't check out. And they said, I'm checking out because I can't be confident because I know I'm going to get my heart crushed. So I'm watching this pattern repeat itself. How would you like them to heal this out? Do you want to disrupt? They go, yes. Okay. So if you want to play with me, the disrupt's going to be this and then a healing. So the disrupt is, okay, on the right side, remember this is about the right leg. You're going to go all the way down to the big toe and you're going to follow behind the ankle bone. And behind the ankle bone is a point. And what you're going to do is start rubbing it. Push in and rub. Just behind the ankle bone. You're going to do that 30 times. And then you're going to come up to the right hand. And this is now, if you notice how the palms go in like a butt crack, and it's right there. So it's not really at the wrist. It's just up into the butt crack. So you're going to take and you're going to push in and you're going to rub. Well, when you're done with that, 30 times on each one, then you're going to come over to what we just talked about, and it sounded familiar to you, and you're going, oh my God, yes, yes, yes. And they said, well, they want you to notice that the very first thing they want you to pay attention to is how you can feel like you have to give up your expectations. So you got a whole program, and they want me to look at this one. So you're going to take your left wrist, first position, and your thumb is going to go in that first position. And then you're going to leave your thumb soft, put your finger in the palm, make it a letter C, wrap these three for safety, stability, and security. Place your palm on your forehead and let your fingers drop. Sit there. Put it on a scale from 0 to 10 that I have to give it expectations. I can feel like maybe you're going to rock. Pay attention to that. Sit there and heal out. And what you're doing is you're sitting in the hell loop. Don't go, oh, okay, I got to do this. I got to heal that. No, sit in the freaking hell loop of how you know that you have to give up your expectations. Listen to how you know you know. Then you stay there until it gets down to 0. Okay? All right. Man, a lot of, I don't know if they're trying to tell me, because usually it's a sign of inner crying, but this sounds like it's more than that, like allergies or something. So Cass, are you still here? Yes. All right, Cass. YouTube has the 30-second delay. I'm not surprised. Well, thank you. Shining light, if that makes any sense, let me know. You can measure it. You can check. Okay, we can talk about it after you're done. I have no way to find out, Heather. Bad allergies. Oh, all right. If that's her, so be it. Then thank you for letting me point it out. So now, Cass, you get 2 minutes. Oh, so look, I switched from pendulums because it's like, I don't even know where this came from, but we're going to be using this one for you. Okay, that was bizarre. Don't know how that got in my hand. Oh, I forgot who I was doing. I don't need to know, but still. Cass. And then for those that are taking timestamps, you need to know. So Cass, here we go. There's a certain amount of vulnerability. Now, interestingly enough, I feel the fight between I want to be who I am, which is vulnerable of being who I am without having pain, to vulnerability is as soon as I am, I know I'm going to get hurt because there's going to be vulnerability. So I'm feeling that you're on the precipice of trying to decide. As I'm looking at this, I feel like it becomes a safety issue. Your 2-year-old self, 2 months of self. So who you were in somebody's arms or something like this. There was a lot of lack, a lot in the environment. There was a lot of lack, a lot of helplessness, a lot of limitations, a lot of looking for praise. Am I doing a good job? So this probably sounds like your parents or whatever they're holding you, or a teenager, somebody when you were 2 months old, you're picking it up. And it was part of your soul contract that you experienced this. But when you're around people like that, do you feel wiped out? So in your adult world, if you have somebody that feels very insecure and they have insecure talk, does it wipe your energy out? Or is it you that have taken it on and you feel the weakness and you talk this way? Now, tell me if this makes any sense, because you have this I have to. So I'm looking at your kinesthetic. So one of your kinesthetic more, I feel like, than you are auditory or anything else. And so your body begins to mimic. And here's the problem. we got to build your aura because your aura is not really protecting you. So if you're laying in bed with somebody, they can't sleep, you're the one that's not going to sleep because you're going to feel the anxiety and it's not even yours. So kinesthetic is going to really pick up that environment. And if you get in an argument with somebody and your body will tell you how to resolve it, and you're right there and they're still being a shit show, and you will lose the argument before you began because you have figured it out. But at the same time, being human, it's like, oh my God, I cannot win. So that's, where do we want you to go? We want you to go. Oh, my body. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so we got to get you to build your aura so you can start having a spiritual immune system so you don't have to pick everybody up. So Celtic Weave, Heaven and Earth, and the moderator is going to put up these website, Medicine Woman Solution. So it's SOULTION. And .weebly, WEBLY.com. And you can get under healing tools, you'll see a whole bunch of lists of healing tools. Well, I want you to look for Celtic Weave. And because they're on TikTok, but again, for those that are watching and want to know about where it's at. So what I'm going to do is that we're going to do this so that we can see it as well. Now I have to click here, here, and here. So if you happen to go to my site, medicinewomansolution.weebly.com, you're going to click on that and see healing tools. Then you're going to see the Celtic Weave right there. Then you're going to do connecting heaven and earth right there. And then you're going to go down, and I would tell you to do Wayne Cook just because this is the way the brain needs to become balanced, but you need to do the zip up or the hook up. And then there'll be more details to the right or wherever it is on your device that you can start seeing. Okay, so there's a lot you can do. Okay, if it makes sense, let me know. Hello, Alicia Cook. How you doing? Oh, anybody else that's new? Then let me see. I'm going to go look, and if you would like a particular reading, healing, you are more than welcome to. It's just $24, and do what you can. Do it. Do whatever you want to do. Now I'm going to jump over to, also pinned in the link tree. Yes, if you happen to be on TikTok, you go to Linktree on my page and you'll see where all that information is. Cass says, yes, that makes sense. You can heal your shit. You can do a lot of things, and soon you'll think, oh my God, this curse that life is a curse. Or no, you start building and do peanut butter. Somebody else is in your space where you've been really close proximity. Do peanut butter. You'll see where it says peanut butter, and do that one as well. Okay. So breathe. All right. Take a drink of water. Where's my Jean Ann? She usually says, drink water. So now I've got spiritually somebody on the other side. Drink water. There we go. Okay. The first person that so I want to make sure that I do not miss two people because somehow it's happened. And when it becomes a pattern like that, it usually means there's a big lesson that I'm supposed to look at for them. So I'm just going to write down. There we go. So the first person is going to be Amy. All right, so there's Linda. Thank you. Hydrate, yes. So Amy, here we go. You're being petrified. There's something habit. So there's some particular habit that you're doing that you can't see, that you know that you're doing, or that you know that's okay, because you're going down the rabbit hole. The things that you can't see, are interfering with the things you want. So therefore, you're like, what am I doing or seeing that I don't know I'm doing? So it's part of you that goes, and the old program says, well, I'm being miffed. I'm supposed to hate these people because they see this in me. But at the same time, I don't want to be hate because that is part of the coping tool. So they want you to do is L1D. Okay. Then they want you to go into the pattern, the program, the persona that makes you do this behavior, because we don't know what it is yet. And somehow it's jealous. And so it wants to do okay, so you're going to do R3D. And this jealousy is I have to make sure that I'm in the limelight. I'm in the limelight. Oh, you do know what you're good for you. I don't. But anyways, you got it. You go. All right, next person, Lena, Miss Lena. And Lena, okay, so that's interesting. They're using the word speech and the way you talk. And they said that there's that you're learning to change how you speak about the negativity. And it has to do with you're calming something inside of you, but people still have erratic behavior. They still got the shit shows going, and it affects you, but you're getting better at not having to be severed the love, having to take it on, because I feel like you still take that blow on, because it's like you're meant to be this pincushion. You have to take this blow on. So what I want you to do is I want you to notice that you have the personality that you have to look up. What does a martyr mean? What is the archetype martyr? Because once you start to realize what it is, you can say, I don't want this anymore. And I said, and then they said, when you start noticing you took on this particular personality, which you don't want anymore, you can start to take and do L3S. So that third position, nice and soft. Okay. Very good. Very good. Miss Patricia, Miss Patty, there's them or you. The word absent-minded pops in the head, and it says there's something about a deficiency. And I'm like, and then they pause, and then they go over here and they said, this has to do with what are you doing with your conscious self? How are you being in this conscious moment? Okay. And then they said that there's a certain longing, because your heart is saying, I haven't gotten over something. So I'm going to tell you L1D for that. Okay, L1D. And then I said, does that stop you from being present? Yes. Okay. What else? Distress. I just can't. So that your body is addicted to distress. I said, is it distress in the mind? No. They said, no, it's lodged in the body, because you've had the experience for so long that it just is affecting you. And it causes you to feel over, and I'm assuming over emotional, which then causes the shit shows. Okay, so then Patricia, you'll hold the right wrist, first position, nice and soft. Okay. Linda Love, we're going to go right straight to Linda Love, and it has to do with fear and objects. Not, I don't know, they're two separate words. I feel like those are coils that they're showing me. Your ego comes in and kind of judges how you're doing something. So it's like something about feeling like you got doubt. I feel distrust in yourself. Well, what if I do it wrong? But I feel like you're guilt tripping yourself about something. I said, so what is in the way that makes her not be able to do this? They said, have her hold L1D, because she says, I can't be confident, even though I'm confident. I can't be confident. You mean you can't show yourself as confident? They go, as soon as I start to play out that I'm confident, what do you attract in? I attract in people that make me go back to that feeling that I feel that I can't. And so it's about distrust. I said, so how do you want me to have her heal this? They said, taking that distrust, going to L2S, left wrist second position, nice and soft. They want you to begin to hear that story, because this is the part of that insanity loop. It's time to kick that to the curb. We got this. Okay, so I'm going to go over, and anybody in TikTok, because I know you don't write. So I'm looking for the 1 minutes in the TikTok if you're here. Okay, so I got that in autumn. Now, as I go to autumn, so I'm looking at a way that your body needs to unfurl. So there's a lot of love unreceived, And it's like you'll do all this love and it just feels unreceived. And so then the body will start to change itself. And I said, okay, what does that mean? It means that like 2 meridians will start to change its frequency, which then causes you to focus on how the body So they don't want you to really look on the outside. They want you to be concerned about something else. So the body feels like it doesn't know how to exert its power out here because that's a shit show. So your hands are being here. So they're telling me that your body, when it's in pain, it goes into how you were about 4 months old and you had to withdraw your energy from that environment. And so your body then has a restriction. Well, what are the two meridians? Bladder and kidney. So the option of water, the water element, is why the body is acting a certain way, because the body, the water, if you understand that if you put negativity next to water, it changes the water to be negative. But if you put love in the water, then the water. So what does it do to the body? So in this case, the body says, I'm not supposed to take action. I'm supposed to be deficient in an area. As you got older, you have learned to change. So to help you heal this, we want you to jump to left wrist, first position deep, about how I can't be confident. Now, you may be confident as an adult, but I want you to go back to how you felt as a child where you could not be confident. Do you got that? Left wrist, first position deep, and start measuring it. Now I'm going to go back to Tic Tac room. Oh, thank you for the roses, firecracker. And we're going to notice, we're going to take firecracker first, then shrimp. If you hang around, then you will get it. So firecracker, now is that 1, 2, or 3? You have to tell me, moderator, please. Firecracker, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3? And see what we know. 2. Okay, so now firecracker, here we go. Now firecracker, what I'm feeling is that the energy of stability. I said, okay, and right now it's pretty good. It's not a big deal. And you let things play out, but there's some invading energies. And somebody has always got this opinion, something about opinion. And there's always this impending way of talking. So somebody must be negative in your space. What I'm looking at is that there is this, as soon as they start talking, oh God, this really happening. So then they tap into the way they talk to manipulate you to get what they want. Are they aware of it? Well, that doesn't matter. They just say that you fall for it because you become oversympathetic. Your body starts to kick in, not your mind. Your body starts to kick in to answer, to help, to take care of whoever those people are. So all I can tell you is that you don't want what? I just feel inefficient. I don't really know how to communicate with these people. If that's what you feel like, then there is a way to heal that. I would say left wrist, first position. We want you to go down. We just want you one position. So left wrist, first position deep. When people talk like that, and you have to start noticing the program. You have to notice how they're speaking. And as they're talking, how did your body begin to respond? And did you notice, I feel for them. Okay, 1, how do you know it? 2, I'd stop myself, but all of a sudden I feel this compulsion. I have to do this. So left wrist, first position. Okay. There you go. Here we go. Yes, all the people. And what do I mean by that? Is that, again, you put your finger like this, make the letter C, push in deep, wrap these 3 around. Notice your palm touching your forehead, drop your fingers and sit there and go, God, this is how I know this. This is how I know this. And sit there and watch all of the emotion in the body repair itself. Firecracker says, wow, as you say that, this person sent me a message. Oh, there's proof. Thank you, Spirit, for use that as your fresh experience and go, I see it. And then really know how you know it. Put it on a scale from 0 to 10 and really get into it. So good job, Firecracker. Yes, if you're sending me roses and flowers and any gifts in TikTok, your name will go into a drawing. And so at the beginning of the first of the month, you will get your a chance to win 8 minutes with me. So no, Nita, you will be soon next. I'm not sure, but you are on the list, I believe. So now we're going to take shrimp. All right. Shrimp. Oh, why is my phone is overheating? Isn't this plugged in? It's plugged in, but it's not charging. What is happening? So that is the next person, shrimp. Even though you're plugged in and the energy should be moving, something creates a disrupt. Yes, ask your question, shrimp. There's something there. There's a clue here. And I just dropped to my relationships cards. Okay, so I'll wait for that question. And I'll jump over to the next person while I'm waiting. and Nancy Burke. So we'll take Nancy Burke. Nancy, what I'm seeing is what they're telling me a very specific time, 7 to 9, whether it's AM or PM. There's a safety issue. Your body, not your mind. Your body says, oh, there's a feel like I'm not safe. And then what you're doing is when you start to feel, I feel unsafe, you start shutting down the process. You stop sharing yourself. You stop sharing your love. You stop sharing. You're like, you pull back. So I said, okay, what do they want to do? They want you to do circadian rhythms, which is called jet lag underneath my healing tool. And then they want you to notice that your response is that you're checking out or self-preservation. One way or the other, you're doing your best to save yourself. So the circadian rhythms, when you do it, just remember that when you go to my website there, you will look at 7 to 9 a.m. or p.m. You will rub both a.m. and p.m. They're going to be 2 different spots, rub, wherever they're on the body. So you can, and then think about it. Then you're going to add one more thing because of the fact that it has to do with the having to protect yourself. You go R3D for Nancy Burke, okay? Shrimp says, I was wondering how Lou is feeling about me, and do you sense a stronger reconnection on my mind? Okay, so what I see, because I'm a completely different type of reader, so I don't read other people, but I can tell you that it says Lou's feeling about me. Now, I know that you are showing that by asking that particular part of the question, your body is going, and I don't feel stable. So I have to ask these questions. I just don't feel stable. I need to have this answer. Your body's asking you to heal that. Okay. As I look, do you sense a stronger reconnection? So that means that did you have a relationship and did it break? So answer me that before I go any further. And there's a game, send a piff. Oh, all right. Now, Nancy, thank you, Nicole. Nicole, did it pay it forward? All right, Nicole. So all those people in that are ready to play, then we got to get Judy to get the number, have that put up, and you will play the game. Thank you so much, Nicole. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. So if you want a reading, to get a chance to win a reading, to come on with me, that's 8 minutes. You don't have to have video. You can just have audio. That's up to you. You got it? And we'll let that go. Not getting an answer from Shrimp. Shrimp, did you leave? Just because, where are you? Did you write? Did you leave? Well, I'm stuck here. We recently met again. Okay, so time has time. Okay, so now what I want to look at, Shrimp, then is spirit. Should I pursue? Should I should I get my hopes up? That's the question you're really asking. So here we go. In this case, the spirit says is that you are doing really well at building false realities, meaning, yeah, I think they like me. So you sit in your head, you're thinking which way it could go. This is why you're asking me this. They said, okay, now what's happening is that you feel like there's the spiritual energy of feeling very secure. So it's like something about that person makes you feel secure. And that there's this dogma, though. There's some same shit, different day, and certain principles that can interfere with who we were. And has that shit, will that come back up again? And they said, well, do you remember when during the situation where things would get heated and you would go down into a shutdown process? With this shutdown process, then what happened is that you would disbelieve. I can't believe this. I can't believe this would happen. They're saying that none of that got to be resolved. And then you would get very muddled at times. And then that would just feel like it would drive you crazy. Does that make sense? Please let me know. Because what I'm getting is that you were tired of the guilt tripping. So I'm asking, do you really want this relationship back? Or are you doing it because it's somebody you know, because it's familiar, because you're looking for love and you can't find it? Do you feel lonely? Heal your shit, because otherwise you're going to pick this up, if not into them, into with somebody else. Does this make any sense? So what I'm also looking at is that your body, you would get into a very erratic behavior, and you tend to just spin out. So you're kind of addicted to spinning out and being upset and all of this, if that makes any sense. So your body's saying you got some stuff to do. Now, the self-efficacy, the ability to get results, is that there's sometimes you will just go into not thinking and feeling. Again, are you even here? The despair, you really need to heal this. So the question is, should you get back together? That's up to you. They said if you want to keep doing the same programs, yes. If you do not want to do those programs, then no. That's my answer. We got the game on, and I just put this down and it broke. So that means I'll just let that go over there. I got to get to the screen so I can see what number it is. But you can heal this shit out, just so you know. Oh, okay. So now I've got it. La 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 la. Yes, I did say that. Ooh, nobody's got it there. Get back up. Do. Come on, people. Let's do the twist. Okay, stay out of my face. Stay out of my face. Hey, I see. Was it Gemini? How you doing? Hold on, and because right now they're playing a game over in. Oh no! So for a minute there, I thought somebody had it. Nope. This is the longest game we've ever played, people. I swear. You're so glad. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I felt overwhelmed by the person that was coming through for me. Zena, notice that. Notice that. Put that on a scale from 0 to 10. And then grab your left wrist, first position, push in deep and go, oh my God, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Stare at the overwhelm. Put the overwhelm on a scale from 0 to 10. Okay. No, Linda Love. Look at that. Right there. Right there. Right there. Linda Love got it. 32. 32. 32 is the answer. Linda Love got it. 32. Good job, Linda Love. Good job. Woohoo. Linda Love got it. Excellent. 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 Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Linda Love won. 32 was the number. And so good job. All right. So now before we do that, let me just catch up on a few things. So I'm going to jump over to Alicia Garcia. Oops. Well, stop that altogether, Brenda. All right. So Alicia, here we go. What I'm looking at for you is that, all right, so there's a particular pattern, doesn't really have words, but it has a lot to do with feeling helpless at sometimes, and there's something about work. So I don't know if this was about school, work, whatever it is, but so it's your body is saying just a little bit of weirdness, but there's a longing. So if you can hear how the body is longing for whatever it is to stop or change, then go ahead and start doing R2D, because their body is saying, I know what's going to happen next. I know what's going to happen next. Oh, now it has a choice whether it can go to failure or it can actually go through. So this is actually a process of a strategy of how you actually do things. And that there's a self-soothe that you need to go through. And the self-soothe is not this natural process, but they said that you're ready to change that. And so you'll do R3S, right wrist, third position, soft. Congratulations. I see a lot of happiness and excitement. Read the message from her. She has, somebody wrote me. Where do I get the message? If it's in TikTok, I don't know how to get to that. Is that where it's at? Cold as ice. My coffee is cold as ice. From Alicia. On there. Oh, it can be sent anywhere. Oh, that's the problem. It can be sent almost anywhere. Well, do you have it? Is it sent to me or is it sent to you? Were you aware of it? This is going to blare. I know it. Is it in TikTok? It says send it for it. Please do not scream. Please do not scream. It's going to make me jump out of my freaking ass skin. Oh, good job, Brenda. You did it. You did it. Messages. Is there anything there? Is that where I need to go? All these little places, nooks and crannies. Not seeing that at all. All right. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, what you said. Hold on. Oh, gotcha. Got you. Oh, that would totally make sense. All right. Well, we're going to go back to Alicia just real quick, and then we'll continue on to the thing. Alicia, here we go. The body is responding in this way. I'm going to ask what is going on. Yep, there's the 8 markers. So you're going to write triple warmer. You're going to use a magnet. You're going to do the lung, use a magnet. Stomach, use a magnet. Your body's all in alarm. And the spleen, use a magnet. Okay, now when you use a magnet on those, also rub. Then the remainder of where you rub will be the heart, kidney, back to the triple warmer. The body is doing something called the guilt trip. And so you do R3S to help to understand why the body had even picked up this particular thing in the first place. And then you're going to do R3D. Okay. R3D. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, if not, go back and watch it, write it down. If you don't quite understand it, I'll send you the picture of, actually, I'll just put it up right now. Oops, I will if I open it right. So when I have said out the words, the letters, Alicia knows what I'm talking about. But just in case that she does not know what I'm talking about, I will put this up. So you'll see it on Facebook, and you'll see that these are the points. L, U is lung. We got triple warmer is L, triple warmer 4. I can't remember all the rest I've said, but these are it. Do you understand? Okay. So she'll use a magnet and she'll rub those points so the body can start kicking in this issue, kicking it out. We're creating a disrupt. Oh, gotcha. Your son sent that. Well, hello. Yeah. People, cats send me information. It's hilarious. Okay. Now, there's a reset going on. I can feel it. With that reset in mind, we will do this. I'll leave this up a little longer just in case people have not seen it. And I will be back in just a moment or two. Okay. Okay. But I took care of that. All right, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Oops. Thank you for waiting. Just trying to make sure everything is A-okay. Interesting. Alrighty. Krista with the K. What I want you to do is that miffed. Okay, so they're really telling me miffed. This miffed energy. They're showing me your face and everything because you're miffed. And they're telling me there's an engram. What, that makes you lit? No, a conditioning. So there's a bell ringing. Something's going off, and your body now has been so trained to go there. It just goes there without you being aware of it. What happens then is that you want to go, oh, shame on you. You want to use the same patterns that you had from when you were growing up, but you're like, oh, I don't want to do it. So what happens is you got a lesson in there. If your parents were showing you this, well, I'm not going to do that to my kids. Then what happened is that, bam, you are meant to understand why. So now you're going to learn how to get the wisdom. Don't think, oh my God, I'm just like my mom or my dad. What's the wisdom? Now you'll understand why. And that is going to help you get and heal something from the past. So that'll start to happen on its own. La, 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 la. Yes. I'm a pissing wizard, I swear. 17 seconds from that. Yes, and when my body's not cooperating. Jamie, yes, please. I have read. Okay, so we'll go on to Nita and then over to Jane Ann. Really wish you just got, okay, whatever. Nita, Miss Nita, you're here, my dear. You're here. Okay, you can't help but be suspicious. I know your actions. I know it. I know it. See. They said this is how you're going to start breaking that pattern of how you had to really protect yourself because you see patterns and you're like, this shit, I can profile your ass to here to the next Tuesday. They want you to start doing L1D because that was your coping tool, L1D. Because you kept seeing proof, you could start seeing it, see, but that's your coping tool. Understand, we need to break that coping tool so you can take that knowledge so you can rise higher. L1D it. They said, you're like, there's no way I'm going to let my happiness get away from me again. So the moment I see that happen, I go right to that my happiness is going to go away. And therefore, I have to nip it in the bud and kick somebody in the ass and take numbers later. So then they said that is where all of a sudden you're like, I believe in that I'm going to be deprived. I believe that I have been deprived. So then you're going to go right wrist, second position, deep. That's a doozy. All right, Jean Ann. So here we go. I'm looking and what I'm seeing is that confidence. I'm contemplating what that even is. You're in the thinking stage. You're doing your best to recall something. And when you do, you see some self-laughing or self-laughing. Okay, so there's so you had a good memory of it, but you like to fight yourself. You were taught that you can't be confident. You were told that you're not supposed to be confident because that there's something to do with the belief system, a paradigm that's wrong, or don't be vain, whatever. You're going to have to discover what that is and kick it to the curb because it's not in this timeline. It was that past paradigm. You're ready to let that go. When you discover your blueprint of what it is about, you're not supposed to be confident, young lady, because that's wrong. That's vain. And God will strike you dead or whatever. Can't clear delete. You're going to hold left wrist, set first position and push in deep. And you're going to sit there and go, oh God, yeah. And notice whose voice it is. Can you hear if it's mom or dad or somebody, or it's just a generation? Take a piece of paper and you can go to what do you call it on my fan page or my web page? It is thought management. And so then you're going to put somebody's name in the box and you're just going to say, okay, I'm just going to push you out of my head. That is your commitment to yourself that I'm pushing you out of the head. Only do one line, not two. That's not what we're playing. We're just saying, I let spirit help me to just help me kick these people out of my head. Okay. Oh. We have just a couple more people, and then I'll take Linda in a minute. So we have Teresa, Miss Teresa. And then if anybody, I see Danny here in TikTok. If you're still here, then let me know. And I will look into Facebook. So now we'll look at Teresa P. Teresa, when it's about soothing, you're afraid that if you heal that part that petrifies you, that they can come back and do it again. If I heal this out, I'm going to lose that protection. They're going to come back and do it again. They're going to come back and do it again. And so this is where you are saying, I can't be confident and do this because they come out of nowhere. They're going to come back and do it again. And it's that, that they're going to come back and do it again. So it's L1D. Listen to how the body, it happened once, it can happen again. So there's a part of a petrified. L1D. And then the next part you're going to do happens to be, you're like, well, if I do revenge, and it's going to come back to me and da-da-da-da. So relook at what karma means to you. And you feel like you're helpless one way or the other. And he's not going to, okay, so it happens to be what you said earlier. And somehow karma is not going to do what it's supposed to do. And therefore you feel like you're still going to be open and vulnerable, that something bad's going to happen to you. Right wrist, first position, soft. Okay, get that energy out of there. And we got Crystal Allen and then Thor. Crystal Allen. there's a certain amount of efforts that, so when they use the word unrequited, go look that up. A certain amount of efforts, unrequited, look it up. They said that there's something to do, and I see a marker. So this marker is a past life marker. And what happens is around 4 years old, this popped up. And what it did was started to attraction factor. It started to attract in an auto response from others to be lofty to you. So let's go heal this past life marker so that that can be done inside that soul contract. So in order for you to look at this marker, they want you to understand the key thing that caused this past life marker to reoccur. Then you are going to do R3D, because the word is longing. So you've been sitting in, I long for love. I long for this to be over. I long for that. Really define what longing is. So then you are going to do right wrist, third position, deep. Okay. After I'm done with Thor, I will come over to Xena. Okay. So Thor, there's something about the confidence and laughing and dreaming. So you're like, here I am, but the majority of the time is the body will pull you down and go. So that to me is like a form of depression. It's like you can't get your head out of that cycle of. So as I go, what do you want her to do so we can start getting her out? And they go, well, they just can't figure it out. And I said, is that the main cause of why they go into ho hump? And they go, yeah, I can't figure it out. So when you were about 28 years old, you're like, oh, God. So it's like when something bad happens right in front of you, you're ready to go to bed. And then like for me, the paint spilled and I'm like, I have work to do. I can't just go to bed and leave it. So I have to do it. And we want to be mad. We want to be angry. We want to be upset. But we're just, that's what they want you to go to. L2D, because you're just tired of everything taking your attention. I'm tired. L2D, Thor. Everything takes my attention. Now we're going to jump over to Xena. Xena feels like it's a 3. Xena, what I want you to do is that if I don't remember what point I gave you, so it'd be R3S, jump over to the right wrist, third position, nice and soft, and I want you to finish out that 3. Because you don't feel secure. Yes, Thor, that's it. That's it. All right. I believe that I'm going to refresh this to make sure that I have gotten everybody on the list. Crystal, yep, I got that one. Linda, Patty, got those. And let's see what happens there. That looks good. Now, over the weekend or whatever it was, somebody took and tried to pretend to be me through Messenger and say, hey, do you want a free reading? When I say free, I do not sit there and play the twist game of scam. I don't ask you to sign up. If you joined the tribal and I asked you to sign up, that's because you paid me to have you sign up to go get the information where I have it. I don't ask you to do anything. And I will never ask for your details because you're always going to go through PayPal unless there's an arrangement to go through Stripe. But that has to be approval on me and the accountant. So if don't get caught up, oh, that's Brenda. Yeah, I'll take a free reading. And then they tell you, oh, you got to sign up here. Remember, And if that changes, I would let you know. Because somebody's trying to scam people out of money. I don't want that happening to you. Do you understand? Okay. So just understand, I can give you readings to your animals, but you got to sacrifice your reading to yourself. So I give one reading to one person, just so you know. She just wants to be played with. There's something about she wants to be played with. She's not really getting that intention. That means I'm getting famous. Yay me! But at the same time, thank you, Spirit, for taking care of all of that shit show. Don't need it. Resetting. Okay. Then Danny, are they still here? Danny, are they still here? Did I read them already? I need to know in TikTok who wants that reading. Anybody? Well, in a way, I did give you a reading. Go play with the dog. There's something about not getting the attention, and it feels hurt by it. I want attention. Hydrate. Yeah, there you are. Yes, thank you. Okay. Now I'm going to go get the link. Give me that. Push the button. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Sometimes we push the button, and we push the wrong button, and something good can happen, or something might not happen at all. They're gone. Well, that's too bad. Oh, Heather. Yes, I will get Heather in just 1 second. We can do that. And first, where do I not find her? Or where is she? There she is. Okay, so I'm going to take that and put that there. We're going to hit that in just 1 second. So here we go, Heather. Heather. Sour grapes. You? Okay. So we have a particular way of talking, and look up sour grape talking, because it can be in different forms. But it's the way we soothe ourselves. It's the way we soothe ourselves. And the thing is, this flippant speaking actually is draining you. And they said that you're ready to rise higher and become more happier. The problem is that you learn this so much as a kid, and this is association. This is how we talk. This is what we do. But your soul is saying you're ready to not feel small anymore. And so what would cause the sour graping? We're going to look behind that. And it is feeling that you yearn for something, but you're afraid to get their hopes up. So they said they want you to go right wrist, first position, nice and deep. Okay, so sit there and realize, do I get my hopes up? Do I yearn for something? If not, look up the words and see what it means. They want you to notice that it's a form of keeping yourself helpless so that the energy goes out and then you won't get what you're looking for. Natasha, how you doing, hon? You still writing poems and doing all that good stuff? If you're looking for a read, let me know. Thor says even just doing a few lessons like sit and wait before eating until she gives you eye contact and ask, then you release her to eat. Yes. Okay. Thor is really good with dogs. So Autumn, that is for you. Go for it and begin to learn. All right. You're welcome there. Natasha. Okay. I'm looking to see if there's anybody else, and I will go over and hit the link. So I'll just give it a couple more seconds. And in that case, I'll just take a drink of water. I'm seeing with Spirit talking to Gina Hand, it's going to train me to put the water through into the session. It means I might have to pee more, but that's okay. It's starting to create a healthier habit. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so what I'll do is I will send this off to Linda, and then we will get to do this reading. Like my new headband, I feel like I'm from a Renaissance period. I'll keep going, Natasha. Get that beautiful song to come through your heart. You're ready to. Did you ever think about doing books or have you done poetry outings? Because I feel like I can feel you being in a stage. Part of your energy is, I need to get this out. Okay, so I wonder if I have time. Yes, I'm going to try it. All right, Natasha. There's inferiority. So sometimes I will do something and I just don't know whether or not I can do it. So you are being taking stuff from what you know from the past, and you've caused yourself to feel like you can't do something. So you begin to feel awkward. This is just an old program, because you had learned that you're supposed to keep yourself quiet, and you really want to talk, you really want to do this, but you can't get the feeling that you feel safe. Some people, you'll put it out there and try, and all of a sudden you're like, and so you go avoid. So you have this body part of you that does this. And I really feel that you're supposed to do something more, but not by, I'm going to do this to get attention, but I want it to pour with passion and conviction so that people want me to do more. I feel the heart thing. So L1D, Natasha, it's like really in my face that you're supposed to really do something with these beautiful gift that you have. But I want you to heal out with L1D that when you do it, people feel that there's love unreceived. They don't quite get you when you talk the way you talk and be that beautiful poetry in motion. Okay, Natasha. Yes, here we go. Click the button. Let her in the room. Let's see what happens. And anybody that's in TikTok, you're going to have to wait now. Hello. So you have won this free pay it forward, and we love that. Thank you, Nikki. So let me get it set up, and it's up to you. What would you like to chat about?
I say what spirit,
How would I like to jump in as I see a pixie over to, for me, you're looking at the screen. So it's over in that corner over there. It's over your left shoulder, I think, if you're, yeah, that side. So I'm looking at the pixie, and the pixie wants to talk about something. And it is that she gets accused a lot, and she gets very self-conscious. So is that true? Do you feel like you're accused? Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to ask, because now you've got some fluttering over here, but it looks more of an orb than a, so it's on the other, over the other shoulder. Okay. So they're telling me that, because I mean, I can ask 1,000 questions, but they're telling me that there's a marker. So we're looking at a very particular past life that makes this reoccur in this one. So we're going to go back to a particular past life. What is the main thing? We had phobia, which you never resolved. So you have a phobia. So we're looking at, it says where. That's the word they used. Where? Why? Oh, so they're asking who, what, where, when, why, how. So either you're asking that now, or it is part of the journey of your soul, which it feels like the journey of your soul. You're like, oh my God. But you're like, I want to avoid this. I feel like the last 3 past lives, you come in and go, shit, I'm doing it again. What the hell didn't I do? What didn't I change? So we're looking at this. So this particular phobia goes back at least 6 past lives, has a lot to do with how egotistical that paradigm was. Okay. So the influence, the uploads, all of those things, uploads, really? Okay. Downloads, all those things. But it has is that the main thing is that you learn to hide behind a mask. So that you're missing the point, because that is what you're supposed to heal, is hiding behind the mask. You're like, your body's like, going, what? I know what a mask is. But you're telling me that's all. That's the first step. We're going to look at this mask. So they're saying that if you want this marker to really be abolished, and oh, wow, they're using big ass words, abolished in this lifetime, then you have to look at how your mental anguish, how do you talk to yourself? What is this mental shit happening? So you have to understand your story of how you talk to yourself. So, okay, that was weird. My ovaries kicked in and my throat kicked in, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Part of being a wise woman is usually a healer. What happens through time, if you can look, you can see throughout history where everybody has been killed and burned and destroyed. But it's not supposed to happen this time, because we're in the 5th dimension, and dimension is what makes the big difference. So your body's like going, your mind's going, I know, but they're completely out of sync. So what we want to do is we want to help the body kick up and remember. But it says, I'm very overwhelmed and petrified of being accused and getting burned at the stake, or chopped, or killed, or pilled, whatever nasty ass shit happening to this physical body. I even cooperated to the point where they still controlled me, but I can have a little bit of freedom. Good Lord. But I want all done with that. Okay. So again, it goes back to the mental anguish. And they said, if we begin in this particular lifetime learning how to take care of that, then you'll stop going into those programs that feel like they have to be to control you, because those programs will just pop right up. Your soul says, well, I don't know what to do. I've tried every damn angle. I tried it in this lifetime. Bam. I tried it in this lifetime. Bam. I said, soul, did you hear what I said? You said you gave me the clue that I believe I'm going to get burned at the stake. Oh, yes. They're just saying, look how emphasis. You keep going back. You have the answer, but you keep going back. And I keep giving the answer and you keep going back. So you got paranoia that starts to come in. So what just made the soul make it say that is because the energy of the governing meridian feels like it's in paranoia, waiting for the shoe to drop, waiting for the shit show to occur. We're going to have you make sure you do L1S, because you're like, I still don't see the love. Okay. But then we have all of these programs that come in and kick in. But because that's why you were missed last time. So you can look at the fresh. So the fresh experience with that is you begin to write down how, like, different stages, and what's in our conversation helped you realize how you used to do things. So we gotta go back a little bit further so we can get some more of that gunk. And again, they're saying L1S because I know what it feels like not to be loved. So you're still holding that little bit of grudge. I know. So there's energy invested in that. They want you to do R2D because when that incident happens, what did I do wrong? What is something I did? So the self-loathing comes in, and you loathe then goes into loathing the situation that occurred. So you can't really see the wisdom because your body's saying, hell, we've done this how many lifetimes now? That's a lot. Okay. So, but your voice was always cut off. Something was always cut off. And so your coping tool is to feel this pattern that we just explained. Self-loathing, that's my coping tool. Now you got a new tool, a new way of coping, and that's developing, that's flourishing, that's rising, that's getting there. But the old part of it needs to really look at how, if I did this and I let that go, then am I invalidating myself? Because I don't get the bitch. I love how ego works. No, you will change that program out.
Why did they give me the word inception?
Okay, so did you ever see the movie?
I think a while ago.
Yeah, so you understand that's a dream with a dream. Somebody can put their own projection into a dream to change a dream. Yes? So this is kind of like what a past life does, is because you come in with your dream, but then it gets interfered with because you have all these other programs. I said it. So before we go any further, make sure you write down R1S because you don't want to invalidate your own self, because now you're going to get rid of your tool that validated you by confirming, I feel like shit. Okay, so you're going to heal that. But as far as the inception goes, if you go down that road, it has to do with how the heart says this, the things that I receive from people. And there's a lot of people in your life that really are asleep. And they like to put their own reality into your space and hoping you'll change your reality to live their reality. And you're like, no. But I feel like it's really strong. It's in your face and you've been polite. You've done this. You've said what you need to do. But now let's nip it in the bud. Why attract them in the first place? So let's look in that inner world that needs to be taken care of. And they said, make sure she starts doing L1D. Because the moment she starts to be confident, somebody's got to come in with their reality, go, girl, you are not doing what I would tell you to do. So you have a lot of that superiority bullshit. Again, they're just programs. So nip this energy in the bud. L1D. I can't be confident because I know somebody's going to come along and they're going to make me go into a doubt, or they're going to make me go into a particular behavior. But you're waking up to it, so you won't just slip right into doing it. You're going to go, whoa. So you're learning how to be your spiritual self, looking, going, that normally would just push me right in and over the edge. I don't really need that.
It actually happened today with my mom.
Okay, so now you got a fresh experience. You're going to L1S this because you're like, that's not my intention. Not at all.
The thing is, I told her today, I wished her well, and this is not our first lifetime together. And she knows that. I explained it to her, and the same shit happened in the past. And I said to her today, for the first time in my life, where I actually told her these words: I will not do the healing for you anymore. It's not my job.
Yeah, exactly. Because you don't want to incur that karma anymore. What did the response? Did it bother you?
The response, no, I got actually the opposite response of what I usually get. But the thing is, I still got the, well, my life is shit. So
okay, so good. Notice how, even though you said what you wanted to say, the power of the word, the power of their program, notice what it did. As soon as you got that, did you respond to it, or how did you respond to it? Because you don't have to get sucked back in it. It's a very strong magnetic field.
My usual response is, well, my body did tense up, but not as it usually does. But then I took a step back, took a moment instead of responding right away, and then let her know that I wished her well, and it's her choice. It's not mine anymore.
Right. And see, now understand this is her program. She would usually get all of her needs met through by talking like this. And because you're not doing that, not fulfilling that, you now have to stop looking for the zingers. Not that she's intentionally doing it. The program speaks for itself. So they still want me to make sure that so when you do an L&D, I can't be confident because I don't want my heart crushed. You are now learning to be confident. And you're like, oh shit, here comes that I'm supposed to be crushed. I don't want to be. So finish it off with that little L1D. Okay. Oh, yeah. that 8 minutes went by so fast. I don't know what happened, but you got a lot of goodies. So, I'm proud of you. I mean, especially if you got pixie dust that says, I'm going to let you fly. You have the orbs of everybody around you. Yeah, you're in a good space. And good job. Good job. Notice how fast you're growing. What's that? Yes, thanks for the piff. We appreciate that. All right, hon, we'll talk to you later. All right, bye. Love you too. Bye. And so we will see everybody that's in Tribal tomorrow because we're going to be talking about, I'm assuming, drama and then starting to help you heal it out. So people that have their voices of understanding, because like what she said, she's seen it, she saw it, she looks at these things and noticed that she's, changing who she is for the better. Now, did I give Thor her reading? Lord, I can't remember. Yes, I think I did. She was tired. Yes. So Karen, we'll be right with you in just a second. Yep. Okay. Are you new? Moderator, tell me whether or not 1, 2, or 3. Tell me, please. And then over here, Autumn says, I told my grandma, that she isn't judgmental. BS. And I told her that she is judgmental, and she said she wasn't. They won't. Okay, so here's the thing. When you start to wake up and you hear people being very judgmental, here's the problem. They can't see your definition. Their definition is going to be completely different. Because their situation is going to be completely different, their definition is going to be completely different. And when you accuse them of something, they're going to go into a defense mode. But if you're supposed to be a seed to help them grow so that they can change what it is, but if they're not supposed to change what it is, then stay away because that's the program they know. Don't disrupt their world. But again, as soon as you start seeing it, we're not here going, I'm going to profile your ass. No, because then that makes you judgmental. See it. And if you're supposed to say something, fine. But if it gets to you, heal it. And if it causes you to become judgmental, heal that. Okay. So we have, hello, my day is going absolutely wonderful. So Ricky, was there a Karen here? Tell me about myself. All right, Karen. Oops. What the heck was that? Stop. Okay, so I'm going to give you 2 minutes, Karen. And here we go. I don't know. Everything's like quiet. I feel like my feet are in the snow and I feel like I'm in a Disney movie. Now, putting that aside, what I'm hearing is that it has to do with stubborn. Now, don't get stubborn that you don't change for the good for you. It is when somebody comes up to you and is pissed because you won't do as I tell you. You're so stubborn. And the thing is they just want you to be whatever it is that they want. You do not have to give in to that. But if you're getting in your own way, it's a whole different story. But when they start acting this way, you feel a little bit spinned out. And you feel that coming from them feels a little bit of aggressive. You also feel this invading energy from them. And again, people will have energy about them and they can invade your space. But with this energy, it tells you that you're under pressure, that you have to be a certain way. And your body is saying in the lumbar region, probably L4 says, oh my God, they're dumping their shit on me. And if I don't behave and I should just get up and do what they say and just, go about my business so I can have a life. But the part of your body is saying it's tired of holding all those. Now, each one of those points you probably could heal. You could. Yes, you can. But there's a certain amount of jealousy. I don't know if it's from you or from them, but feel the word. Understand the word because they want me to help you understand that this jealousy makes you feel small or makes you have to remain small, and it creates this program. But if you can hear and see and understand it, You can say, okay, I'm going to take the power off of jealousy. And in order to do that, they want you to become aware that as soon as you define it, put it on a scale from 0 to 10, you can take your right wrist, third position, push in deep with your thumb, make the letter C with your pointer finger. These three, take your palm of your hand, place it on your forehead, let your fingers drop and sit there and focus everything you can on the energies of jealousy. I'm jealous, they're jealous, everything's about jealous. I can see it here, I can see it there, blah, blah, blah. And just sit there and sit in those until you start noticing everything gets down and the 10 is not there. It's getting smaller and the emotions are less. And stay there until it's 0. Okay. Anybody else? Let me just double check to make sure that, all right, nobody else is paid. I am looking at the refresh this. TikTok, Facebook, if you're in the room. Oh, Crystal Lover, have I ever read you? If not, you can have 2 minutes. Ricky, Karen, did that make any sense? Because you can heal yourself. Sometimes I talk so fast that, if you want to, you get back to watching this, you can rewatch the reruns, but you have to go through Facebook because I haven't put them up on. You can even go to YouTube. YouTube, you can go to YouTube because it's live. You can go back. I don't have a timestamp for you, but on Facebook, I would have a timestamp for you. All right, Crystal, are you ready? So they want you to look at your favorite things and that you're arrested development, meaning you cannot achieve to have these things because you feel like you're not allowed to. So what I'm hearing is that you keep going into this dark night. You keep going over and over into this process of trying to get through something. But why you can't get through is because I'm looking at anxiety. First, it starts at a big one, then closer it gets to the body, it breaks up into 2, and I feel like it is around your breast area. But I feel like something in the side of your head. I feel more or less it's right here. But you keep mirroring, imaging people. So people will come in and when the mirror neurons somehow that you'll start to mimic and not even realize this. And then your body's going into the program, into the program, into the program. Now, what's happening is that you're fine until they start putting false meaning and creating false realities. And you're like, oh my God, your soul is saying you realize that it hasn't happened. It's a possibility it could happen, but the people will run it with it, their fear. And then it makes it a good soap opera and a good story and a fear. Your body's going, I don't like that. I don't like that. So what I'm hearing is that you feel overtime hopelessness because every time you want to go and do the things you love to do, you have this shit that you just picked up since you were 6 that you can't really have what you want because other people's shit shows get your attention. I guess to help you break that is that you're not sure if you can feel stable of actually having your joys because the people that bitch have joy and then they lose it. Or they're like fear that if they get joy, then, here's all the possibilities that they, could go wrong. So there's a party that's like, but you're stuck. So if any of this makes sense to you, then they said, notice that you got the knots, the NOTSs that creates the KNOT. Okay. So you got the knots versus that make knots. If you can hear what I've said, this is why I said, if you watch it on YouTube, go to my Facebook page, look at the timestamp, whatever, rewatch this again, hear it. Then what you're going to do is you're going to start breaking these knots. The knots are, I am not going to behave like that. I am not going to do that. I am not, which then causes the arrested development within you to get what you want. You're like, because you're not going to do something, it throws the baby out with the bathwater. Okay. For those that are listening, what does that mean? It means that when I see my sister acting like an asshole, I am not going to do that to my mother because that's who she's doing it to. And it's so I can't stand up to my mother ever. Or you will go and you're like, you'll take that in the next part of the situation. And you're like, I can't do that. I won't do that. You will end up taking the goodness and the badness and keeping, the badness says, I'm going to take my life force, make sure I never do it. But the goodness that's inside of it, you'll never see. So when you're throwing out that I'm not going to do this. So I can't stand up to my mother also means I have the program where I probably can't stand up to assholes. I can now, but I couldn't before. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to look over and I'm seeing, okay, so hold on. I'll get back to TikTok because somebody in the other room, Amber. And so Amber, what did Amber say? Oh, here we go. I lost her. She was just here. Where did it go? Did you take it down? There she is. Oh, she didn't really say anything particular. Got ya. All right, so let's go to Amber. Amber, real quick, yours is self-heartache. Self-heartache. Tell me about the self-heartache. The self-heartache has everything. I just am competitive. I can't do it. I can't do it. I keep seeing that I can't do it. Oh my God. So it's in the belief that I can't do this. They want you to hold L1D because you're like, I want something, but I'm not even sure what I want because I want this, but then I can never have this. Oh my God, what do I want? L1D. They're going in and saying that you can't figure it out, which then goes back into, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And so L1D. I have a pattern here. So I'm seeing that if you go a little bit further with the L1D, they said, I can't be confident. I lack the emotion needed so I can be confident. And I feel like I have to show love all the time and other people sever it because I can't be confident. Okay, so L1D, I can't be confident. Okay, I can't be confident. L1D is going to be your big kicker. And if you see several of them at once, go ahead and heal those out individually. Make sure you have marked them. Okay. So now I'm going to go over to TikTok and then I'll come back into the room. I seen Robin and then I seen, I see somebody else. Okay. Aloha. Wonderful. All right. Okay. So who is he all? Who is here in TikTok? Do you see? So is not Jake. Are you here? Not Jake. Oh, Danielle. Did I read Danielle yet? Moderator, tell me. Moderator, tell me. Because I see two people here, but I can't tell if they've ever stayed. So just point that out. Moderator, if they're here, if you're here yourself. If not, if you're here, let me know. If because I did Crystal. Danielle, if you're here, I'll go back over here. So Robin, I will go to Robin. Okay. We're going to take the word lust. And there's a certain amount of security with it and a certain amount of insecurity with it. And then there's the schooling that, oh, lust is just wrong. And they're saying that there's too many things happening and it's time to break it apart because then it creates a certain amount of apathy, a certain amount of disdainment that you don't like about yourself or whatever. But it's how a part of you just kind of goes, oh, it's an experience of an emotion and it should not be ignored, denied. I'm not saying don't have to act upon it, but it's what it is. It's an emotion. And we are just supposed to look at it. They want you to do L1D because with it was my heart was crushed. And so therefore that experience is going to interfere with any possibility of allowing yourself to be freely to be expressive. L1D. Danielle, you look like you're new, so you get 2. So there's a content. So something you're thinking about, but without realizing it, you're thinking about something that's very insecure. And you keep recalling, so your 41 thoughts about how much you are insecure. So as you are noticing what your thoughts are, write them down if they're trying to tell you something, because that insecure feeling, you have created a persona that puts on a mask. And this is about so you can have security. And so the part that's hiding behind the mask is saying that it's tired, that it feels very sluggish, that it just feels like it's got to exert, it's got to hide itself, but put the mask on, I have to exert myself. And it's like, and so you're recalling when you were about 6 years old and you were, the limitations, the restrictions caused you to feel worthless. And that's because you didn't have enough information as a child. So you then learned that you just are an object. And so it's not anything. You're like nothing. Oh, I'm just an object. So now you keep calling people in to treat you a certain way. You're just freaking depleted. You're like, oh my God, I want this to stop. Is she done with that particular? Yes, you are. So that means you're going to say, I just lack peace. I lack peace. Right now I have this persona. I have this. Those that all need to be healed, but I lack peace. So let's start repairing it from the bottom. So you're going to take your right wrist, second position. To find that, take right wrist, place 2 fingers. Take your thumb in to this part. You're going to push in deep with the thumb. Place your finger here, and you're going to create the letter C. Wrap these 3 around. Place your hand on top and let it drop. You understand? Your forehead and your palm, and then you drop the fingers. Sit in that position of how you know, oh my God, I just lack peace. And then you can even let and understand what I said if you really get it for you. And I just lack peace. So begin to measure, I lack peace, stay in that position and let the body do the healing. Sit in your hells and you'll start noticing the world will start changing for the better. Okay, and you keep measuring it, you're going to find out. Hi there, Not. You ready, Not? Here we go, Not. All right, Not Jake, here we go. There is a habit that you're coping. Oh, I got to cope with this. I got to cope. So why are you coping? They said you're coping because that you feel worthless. And so there are days that you, and I like that you just, whatever. I said, tell me more about the worthless. They said, well, are you ready to heal this? Yes, but the manipulation that people do to me, that's what kind of makes me feel worthless. So let's see about why is it happening? They said, I feel overpowered. And because what they say sometimes feels like love. I feel they triggers them like low self-esteem. And I'm like, are they doing it deliberately? They said, no, I just attract people in that sound like they use words to accuse. And so you're this big wound walking around. This is what happens. So do you want them to do anything with their spiritual aura? Yes. Is that where you want them to begin? Yes. Celtic weave? Yes. So the moderator will put up there in the where to go. And the thing is the Celtic weave. So when you start to do physical energy, you're going to kick, this energy is going to kick other people out, because when you feel worthless, you're actually mirroring back that they feel worthless. So we got to kick out how they feel so that it doesn't sit there on you. So you have to feel that. So you're going to make sure you do the Celtic weave, and then you're going to do another healing tool called connecting heaven and earth. And that's going to create another separation, but it's also going to create the as above, so below. So you can start coming in balance with that. You want balance. Okay. Then you're going to do the hookup, Wayne Cook. And I feel this person, you have somebody in your space that's constantly draining you. I want you to do peanut butter. So you can go to Linktree and look at my page in my bio, and you can see Linktree, and you'll see medicinewomansolution.weeby.com, and you can see under the healing tools. You got it? Okay. So I'm looking over. Let me just double check. April Lynn, did I even read you? I don't think you had put anything down. April Lynn, are you here? Because I don't see your name on the list. I'm going to refresh that just in case. It doesn't make any sense, because you can heal this shit out because they're emotions. Your body can do the healing. Just thinking and talking is not going to heal it. It's just going to make more shit. Placing your hand on your head makes a big difference. Learning to use the tools makes a big difference. They help you heal. Amber says confidence has always been an issue for me. Not sure when or where it has been stemmed from, but my mind does seem to just go on in insecurities, because this is what we're addicted to. This is a negative mental experience. It's also a negative mental attitude it can create, and it can create the negative mental environment, which you do not want, because that's part of the attraction factor. So if you can nip certain things in the bud, you will change your inner world, which changes your outer world. Thank you so much. You always bring exactly what my soul needs to heal. You are welcome. Going through a test, April Lynn. Okay, great. All right, so April Lynn, here we go. That part of that test, and they said yes, this has to do with the chase. There's a timid part of you about your importance. So we're not talking about the confidence you. We're talking about how the body is holding the identity that if I expand myself, then I'm going to feel vulnerable, and I'm too stubborn to let that go. So they want you to do R2D because there's a part of you that has this self-loathing. So you don't maybe not hear it here in your body. So you're going to have to say, thank you, Spirit. Sit in back and say, I want to hear without falling for it, I want to hear what this self-loathing is. I want to hear it. And to the point that it's so loud that I realize that sounds like it could be me, but it's not really me. So I don't have to be persuaded. And then I want you to write it down. Now, if you can't hear it in your own head or coming out of your own mouth, because how many times does it take to get so you hear it? Then you're going to say, thank you, Spirit, again, so loud, which means you're going to have your husband say it. People at work are going to say it, but you're going to hear this particular feeling, these particular emotions. And it has to do with a loathe, like hate. And then once you do, you have to stop being so positive and just go in and communicate with that lower part of the body, where the mind's in the body and where all that is. And it was something about having to keep you around the home. I can't let you leave because you got to stay home. I can't let you leave. I got to make you stay home. So this is another part of keeping them around the homestead, and because they're too afraid to let you go. So Mary Washington, I'm just going to do it that way. Their question is, will I find love? And so I'm going to ask Spirit, you look new to me, so you get 2. So will they find love? The question, so the thing is they know what love I do not have. And so I'm asking if there's a longing, any of that stuff that's in the frame. They said they're ready. So she's at the stage that I'm ready. I'm ready to begin to adventure. And so they are like, the body says, so as I begin to exert my power, that I would like to be bold and to get out there. That's where I have a problem, to be seen, to get out there and do certain things. And even if you're out going, hey, look at me, you have an energy field that says, I don't want to be seen, based on old stuff. So it's like the story of the lottery ticket. If you want to win the lottery, you have to actually buy a ticket. So even though you're physically feeling like you're doing something, there's that whole self, that part of you that says, I feel weakness. And it's based on that you had your heart hurt. So your body says, I learned from that. I'm avoiding this shit. So it has an old program. I'm avoiding this shit. I don't care who you are now. You're like, I want it. But your body's saying, we've learned from a lesson and we want to avoid. Now, that's not a very healthy lesson to learn, but it's something that you did. And the heart says, this is my coping tool. I have to sit there. I got to avoid. I can't have love. I don't want to be hurt anymore. This is bullshit. I just can't. And then notice the story. While you're doing that, don't think it through. Just grab L1D. Then as you're sitting there with your palm touching your forehead and you're letting your fingers drop. Oh my God, this in this relationship, I can totally see this is why I don't want it anymore. Blah, blah, blah. You sit there. Notice it's a 10. Let it heal down to 0. Stay. Keep your hand there. That is your healing tool. And so then if you heal that and you change that part of you, will you find love? Oh, absolutely. You got at least 6 guys that could be lined up that could match your new energy field. So because you're taking your emotional baggage out, so you are more ready and prepared for when you present yourself differently. And again, I will end up seeing about 6 people that could vibrate to the new you. Okay. All right. I'm looking at TikTok. If anybody's in TikTok that wants to read, you have to let me know. I'm checking my questions and answers there. I'm looking over and I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. Stephanie, you're just sitting there watching. You may be gone now, but if there's anybody else in TikTok or Facebook or YouTube, speak up, and then I can give you your minute, 1 minute, 2 minutes, whatever it is. Yeah. Let me close that down. Let's open this up. Am I missing anything else? Okay, so nope. I'm looking like it's good. All righty. So if you're looking further to, yes, a free read. Yes. So Yasmin, yes, absolutely. So I'm looking, thank you so much for that pride flag. That's beautiful. Your name will go into a drawing for you have a chance to win 8 minutes free reading. So Yasmin, are you new? Yes, you're new to me. I guess moderator is, have you had her in your space? I'm going to start off with 2 and we're going to look. So I'm looking and there's a certain amount of mannerisms. certain mannerisms, and you know, it's like, I got to talk too fast, I got to do something, and it's that, but it's a mannerisms, and it's what you had to do was a self-preservation. It's like, it's a mannerisms. And what I'm finding out is that to protect yourself, you had to show no empathy, because as soon as you show empathy, there's pain and suffering. It's like So hopefully that makes sense to you. Let me know, because what I'm looking at is that I'm seeing that when you're doing this, you can't figure out that person. You can't figure out the experience. You can't figure it out. And so you'll feel awkward. You'll go into that mannerisms again, if you're a fast talker, or if you have to command the room because you don't want to feel something, because that is your coping tool and your addiction. They said what you didn't want to feel was this lack of power, because you've been in situations, and that's not good, where you feel completely powerless, like they had you by the hands. You felt completely powerless, and you're like, I don't ever want that happen again. I don't want that ever happen again. So there's a part of you that ends up doing very talkative or something else, but your subtle way of saying, you can't take control of the room. You can't take control of my space. I don't want you taking my power. I said, what do you want them to heal on this? They said that your body keeps recalling to something that scared you. I said, is it in the mind? They said there's a playing out. But if you know what I'm talking about, and I'm not saying it out loud, you're going to R3D. You're going to notice that there's any memories that, or anything that happened that's kind of scared you. Okay. L3D, and there's a certain phobia. So I want you to grab your left wrist, first position and deep. So you'll find it right there. Make the letter C, wrap these three, and palm on the forehead, let the hand drop. And you're going to sit there. Okay. And I want you to feel it. Now, when you begin to feel powerless, no matter what the situation, for me, what made me feel powerless was when I was raped at 13, and it was my body that was holding this position, because my hands were completely affected. And my body says, because I had worked through this, but my body was still having an issue. So it was like, it ain't going to happen again. So around women, it was fine. Around men, it was a completely different story. I'd watch my persona completely change. So I ended up going to karate class, and I ended up getting my power back, because in my mind, I couldn't finish something through. So the karate instructor showed me how to take care of the situation, which freed me from the prison that I felt that I had been in, and I became free. Now, I'm not saying anything happened to her. I'm saying that whatever happened to her, she felt powerless. I'm giving you my example of how I can relate to what her energy field had set. Okay, so we have Trey Jones. I'm new, and I have a love reading. I want to donate. If you want to donate, okay, there's several things you can do. One, if you want 8 minutes, you can donate $24. If I should scoot over, so you can see that you can use PayPal, or if you just want a love donation and nothing in return. But right now, because you're new, I'll give you 2 minutes. And if you want to go and whatever you want to donate, you could send stars, you could send money. That's up to you. So here we go. Trade, you get 2 minutes, and it's about the love reading. Now, what I'm looking at is that this is very specific. So notice that the more information you give me, this is the thing I want you to know. You don't have a love, you want love, or did you have love and you're like wondering about the love? Because I'm looking at the heart, and well, actually, no, I'm looking at the kidney. And I notice in the energy is that you're contemplating about love, but you keep ruminating about your heartache from the past. And your body says, well, if it happened once, it can happen again. And that becomes the problem, because as soon as you start to want to have love, then you go into a communication breakdown, sour graping. So you go out, let's say, oh, that's a pretty girl. Hi, how you doing? Oh, don't you look at me, says her energy of her body, or out of her lips. And you're like, shut down. And the body then takes it very personal, feels like it's a lot of pain. And so then you go into sour graping. Oh, you know what? She wasn't right for me, because you don't want that to overpower you. You know what? She wasn't right for me. So you're sour graping. So, but I love my ex, Nicole, and I want her, but how she feels. Okay. It's not about how she feels, because it's about how you're always going to make her show up a certain way. Okay. So if you're allowing these old issues to come up, then she's not going to change. You've already set in stone. This is how she's supposed to look to you, how she's supposed to act to you. But I want you to change this so this can change. So for you, you want to change that, the fanatical energy that makes you feel like you want to scream and holler and focus and so look up the word fanatical. And what I want you to notice is that you feel like you're an object when you're talking. When you're talking, people see you as an object. And that's the energy. You feel like, it's the talking. It's how you're trying to make yourself feel better. And they're telling me again, you have taken, she said a few words, because all of a sudden you have hit you so hard that you feel unworthy and you can't stop focusing on that. So then you go into sour graping. See the pattern here? We got a couple things to look at. And I said, which one do you want to look at? The L1D, I feel weak. I just feel weak about the whole situations. I feel weak. I feel like I can't. I feel I can't. So notice the words can't. So when you're going to do this is you hold left wrist third position. Find that third position. Put your thumb there. This isn't a joke. Your body will really want to heal. Push your thumb in. Push in deep. Make the letter C. Wrap palm on your forehead. Let your fingers drop. And say, oh my God, I just feel weak when this shit happens. Put on the scale from 0 to 10. And you will end up getting it down to 0. You're looking for the clarity so you can think better. You're looking for your heart so that it can get back into the game instead of the issues and the shit show forcing you to live a certain way. Okay? Thank you, Robin, for the stars. Your name's going to go into the drawing for a chance to win 8 minutes, and I totally appreciate that. So just double checking to see if there was no other paid readings. Oops. Yes. See, now that's what I said. Look up, and here it is. So April Lynn, you are going to want, no, there it is. Okay. So yes, April Lynn is going to pay. I knew I could feel somebody's paying. Yes, I'll get right to you, April Lynn. And I want to go to, I'm wondering about my marriage. So Rumi, you look like you get 2 unless my moderator tells me something else. But what happens is that there is something about inappropriate, timid, can't be confident. And it's like, I don't want to give sympathy. Okay, so I'm just going to look at what's going on because this is, I'm wondering about the marriage. The first thing that comes up is he sees me. He sees me as something else. So he comes to the table with a certain amount of arrogance, not enough information. And because they have a certain amount of arrogance, it interferes. That it looks like, well, if you're not, if it doesn't bother me, how can it bother you? Type of thinking. So we're looking at something very old, paradigmish. Now, but because of that, that creates you, because of his arrogance, because of the way he speaks, because of the way he talks, you feel very indecisive. And your heart says, I want this. And there's another part of you that says, I feel small and I don't like it. And then the heart goes, but I don't want to be crushed. And then the small intestine says, I need to give up. So you're wishy-washing within your heart space. And it's all because of the issues. And you can't hear what your heart really wants. And it's like, I can't behave who I really want to be with this person. And it's just, there's this intolerance that keeps getting built up and I can't stand this. So I feel miffed. So now this becomes a wishy-washy type of experience. So what happens, and this is that you're trying to figure out how to solve it. So in your worry and fear, you start building, taking and having false meanings, keeps building up to false realities. And then you just, oh my God, it's the same shit, different day scenario. I want you to take your left wrist, third position. And you want to put your thumb in that third position, nice and soft. You're going to sit there and you're going to go, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Think about the hell with this marriage or the questioning in this marriage. Put it on the scale from 0 to 10 and sit there and just sit there. And what will happen is that you'll start to get clarity after 2 to 5 minutes, sometimes 10, depending on how strong it is. Okay. April Lynn, I'll bring you in just a second. Bianca. Okay, just from the last person and beyond, Bianca and the last person, what I want you to do is that after you start to heal some of your shit, calm down, And if you're not even sure about a point, use OMG. That means palm on forehead, let the fingers drop and sit there and go, oh my God, stuck in the worry and the fear, measure it, let that thought go down to zero. Believe it or not, it's amazing when you start noticing it. Number 2, you're going to place your hand over your heart. After you did OMG, and you bring your awareness down into your hands, and you're really going to listen, and you're going to say, is this person for me? And you're going to hear if it's light and airy, yay. But if you're wishing so, that's why you got to get in your heart. But if you feel heavy in the heart that you can't do something anymore, then chances are that's a no. Okay, now to give Bianca the reading, so she gets 3 minutes. What's going to happen is that she has a certain amount of false reality. So it's like I'm dreaming, I'm playing, and all of this with this person. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to manifest this. Oh, I do this. I have this house and like this because of what you're thinking about with this person. After a while, it wipes you out because this person is not showing up the way you kind of want them to show up. And so you're just like sloughing it off. No big deal. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Makes you ask that question because the part in you that you just don't really feel safe 100% of the time. Does this make sense, Bianca? So what I'm hearing is that when there's a certain amount of fear that your heart is going to get crushed with this person based on how they do anything is how they do everything. Because you've seen it, you're not sure, your body's like, I don't really trust. And so if this is going on, you are going to set yourself up to seeing things or experiencing things. Okay, so you understand? So Bianca, that's what I'm looking at is there's a part of you that you're afraid that if you exert your power in a certain way, you're told to shut up, or you do this in a certain way. And then all of a sudden there is this state that you go into a longing communication. So I'm longing for you to be something else. I want me to show up in you. I want to see me and you. I want to see us being in this future. I want to see this. So to answer your question, will be Scott or someone else be in the future? I feel like because he's in the now with you, you're like, I want it to be him. But there's a part in your heart that you kind of already know that there's a lot of growing up. There's a lot of things I don't want, and a lot of things in my heavy heart. This bullshit. These already happened once. It could happen again. I just don't feel stable. So I think you already know your answer. Now the question is that can you get over yourself? Meaning, can you get over the pain that, oh my God, the hysterical energy that this may have to end, the fear of loss, and all of this, and that is what's scary for you. So you don't make this transition smoothly. So L1S. Left wrist, first position, soft. And I want you to begin to measure how your heart is like, I want them to be the one, but I don't really want to go with that. And I really don't want to put it like this. And just start thinking on a scale from 0 to 10, start thinking. Okay. Because as you begin to dream that he's in the picture, you kind of conceive that he's not really wanting to fulfill it properly. You are hoping. So again, I want you to focus on with L1S about this whole thing with this person and let your body do the healing so it can shift you into a whole new area of who you are. Okay? That's what Spirit wants you to do because you got to help heal the insecurity that begins to build. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a wonderful week. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Carmen. Totally appreciate it. Now, I'm going to look at, now I have to get the link because somebody has paid me, and that means the expedite, they jumped the queue. What is the screen doing that? Where is she? There she is. I'm going to read this. Oh, so, okay, so it won't be in the room. It'll be just like this. Gotcha. Or is that now? Oh, is that an old message? Oh, now it all shifted. It's updating. Let's try it again. Got to get back to April. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay, so you're not coming on, I take it, April. You want me to do it just like this. I just want to, oh, in the room. Gotcha, right there. So we'll do it in the room. So I'm not going to read it out loud, but I'm going to just read it again. Okay, we'll take that first well, the second word, the second sentence, the second thing. We're going to look at that, Miss April, because you're calling it that you feel unsafe. And I'll say, is that true? Yes. But it's a conditioning. So what's really happening is your 5-year-old self says, I feel unsafe. Because the conditioning is the bell rings is that as soon as you feel unsafe, you are supposed to behave a certain way. And your body says, no, no, never again. No, no, never again. And so you're going to start doing R3S because that little girl says, no, no, never again, needs to be self-soothed. You really have got to get that little girl. So she needs to be embraced. So R3S, that one. The second one, the third line. I'm going to address the third line. And this has to do with, I know I'm going to have to people please, and I freaking don't want to people please. I don't want to have to brown nose. I don't want to have to be fake. I don't want to do this. I don't want the stink eye from them. I don't want this. So in this case, you are also going to do R3S because you don't feel that environment is stable. So notice how the body said, this is unstable. This is unstable. This is unstable. Any more for that? Yes. All right. So you're going to do, you write on a piece of paper what we just talked about. You're going to write the word incompatible. And I'm looking at a +3 versus a +10. You're going to do the 4 breaths with the tapping. And I believe you remember, just in case, understand, write on a piece of paper. Like I said, the stuff, place it on your thymus or your belly button, whichever you choose. You can do both, doesn't matter. And just remember to start off by tapping the forehead. Now see, I always go like this and then all the way back. So you're going to do 2 rounds of tapping through each one of these breaths. So remember, it's a breathe in. You do 2 rounds of that. Hold your breath, breathe out. And as you're tapping, hold your breath. Then that's the 2 rounds. And then panting, 2 rounds, and normal breathing, 2 rounds. Do at least maybe 3 sets. And so the body can start addressing the magnetic flow so you can actually feel better. Okay. The 4th, the 5th. Okay, so we're going to combine the 4th and the 5th line. We're going to address that physical attribute. What's happening is I'm just going to be an object. Nobody's going to really give a rat's ass. And see, now you know how to manifest good stuff, but your body says, I'm just an object. And you remember your aunt. You remember how you're an object. It literally is how the thought and the emotions came together, had hanky-panky, and created a baby, a thingy, a feeling. You know what that feels like. So they want you to go back into R3S and say, oh my God, I was completely unsafe because this is what always happens. Okay. Really listen to the intensity of each of these that are very, very important, because you know that no matter what you do, you're going to have to cut off your nose to spite your face. You're going to have to your body goes into, so we're going to take that 6th line. We're going to take that 6th line and we're going to combine it with the 5th line. And what happens is this physiology. Your body says, I have to respond this way. Now you're talking about all of it, not just individuals. Okay, so now you're going to do L1S because you know it don't give a rat's ass because you're unreceived. They're superior. Their shit stinks, but nobody's going to notice and it won't matter. And so you're going to just have to do a little L1S there. And this is the environment that you had got when you were very young. And the biggest thing they're talking about is how that never got closed. Okay, let me read a little bit further. Okay. Notice that, yes, it's about wanting to get out of something. Okay. Now, again, because of the repulse incompatibility issue, and even though you may go to work, your body may start acting it up. This is why you had shoulder issues and things like that in the past. Right now, it's showing up as something completely different, but your body is saying, I don't want ever want to do this again. There it is, the trigger. There it is. There's the person. There's the words. There's that. Oh my God. And your body, again, L1S, because you're like, but this is not my intention. So your heart and your body are not quite in sync. Your body says, I can't let this go. I have invested a lot of energy. I thought it. I felt it. I worried about it so much when I was little. And to really disrupt this, we're going to create a disrupt. Okay. It is totally in protection mode. Absolutely. So we want to help the body. And I said, if we are going to, with the intention to help the body, we're going to create a disrupt. And this is the broadcast that had come from the outside, and it's like stuck like glue on you. So if we're going to create a disrupt, and we're going to see if the body will like shake it loose. Okay, ready? We're going to do both. When I overcome, one or another shows up. Okay, we're going to do both. So we're going to create a disrupt. So that means you're going to do both of the gallbladder. Now that's left and right. And we're going to go and out to the pinky toe and understand it's right there in front of the knuckle, the ankle bone. And you're going the ankle bone, and you're going to use a magnet. Do both sides. Important to use the magnet. Do you understand? Do 12, but you may have to do, and then rub it for 30 times, but you may have to do 2 rounds, maybe 3, because this has been, you had to live with this. And you thought about it as a child so often. Okay, so I have a feeling we're going to have to really create this disrupt. Now, what you're going to do next is your pericardium, circulation, sex, the hormones, the blood, the pericardium around your heart. And both of those are in lockdown mode because you're like, I can't cope. So you're going to end up grabbing both. Do both, but remember, use your magnet. I have a feeling you're going to have to do 3 rounds of this one as well. And then once you use the magnet, you rub. It's important you do that repulsion compatibility one. But again, we're creating this disrupt. And once you get done with that, we're going to say intention, deep-seated pain. Intention is deep-seated pain, and there's a lack of power. So if I said to address that, we're going to go, you're going to go right gallbladder and rub that point. Okay. Rub that point. You don't need to use a magnet. You may have to do 2 or 3 rounds of 30. And then you're going to do the small intestine. So then you're going to come up to the small intestine and do the same thing like the gallbladder. Rub that about 2 or 3 times, 30 times, 2 or 3 rounds. And then to top that off, you're going to do L1S. Because you were taught that you had no choice. You had to give up your expectations. You had to, even though, like I said, you're an adult, you've grown, and you don't have to, your body is like going, oh, that's the only way I know how to do this. You got a lot of work you can do. And thank you, Spirit, one step at a time. This is why I'm grateful that it's recorded and you can follow it through. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Spirit, as many times as you can while you're doing this so that the body can start going into correction, because your body and your mind are so incongruent right now. And we want to make sure they will eventually get there. Hello, Madison. You can get, I'm assuming 2, unless the moderator tells you something else. All right, double checking. Spirit says, look. Oh, well, I haven't paid attention. Thank you very much for that. And next one, Bo's issue. Okay, so I will take care of Demi. And then, she's not here. She left. Well, that's too bad. April. Thor. It's so funny. I always get these 2 Aprils right in a row. Let me get that. Now, did you want to do it in the room, April, Thor, or did you want to come into the room? Oh, I'll get it freezing up a bit too. Okay, so I feel like that's part of a yes. Anytime that we have problems with that, it doesn't matter. We can always use audio, or we can do it in the room. So now I've got the link. And we're going to jump there. You know when you want it bad enough, when you want it bad enough, you will go ahead and stick around because you're important and that you really want it. Your soul's aligned with it. So it's okay when people come and go. But notice that you will want something. Now, why can't I get Thor up here? Well, let's try this one more time. There she is. Okay. And there we go. All right, here you go, hon. I'm going to send that to you. Okay. We're doing really well here today. And the weather's cold. I don't know why I'm bringing up the weather. It must be just chit-chatting. The energies on the planet have shifted. One of the things that's happened is I can see deeper on your patterns. So if you think you're going to kid me, I'd love to see your pattern deeper. Just remember that I don't judge. So when you're talking about me, oh, well, Brenda this, Brenda that, understand I'm not like other people. So when you have a casual conversation, be careful whether you are putting myself through a filter through which you see, because I've worked really hard on watching my growth. 95. Well, being that's Minnesota or Michigan, when it's like that, usually you have a certain amount of humidity and a pressure that would always get me. 95 here, that's easy peasy lemon squeezy because there really isn't any of that stuff. And you just like, oh, this is an awesome day. It's hot, but it's awesome. And you drink extra water. But those shit shows I used to have was the heat was terrible. So I see LJ Max. Hello. I'm waiting for my client to come on. And I am doing readings and healings. And so this is what we're going to do. We're going to be doing a dog today. That's what we're going to be doing. It's 58 there, Heather. Yes. Have I read Heather in any of, have I gotten all those? Did I read those? Please send Summer. Zena says, I went off and felt the need to meditate afterwards. Yeah. How did it help? What is going on? And then LJ says, I have a question. Been searching for a lifetime. Okay, so you have a particular question. I'm waiting. I'll give you 2 minutes of waiting for this. So here's the thing is you have a question, been searching for a lifetime. If you got your question, say it now because I'm going to take off and then I'll look up. Your body is telling me, different than your mind, that you're trying to self-soothe, trying to find something, trying to do to fix this. You have a tendency to overcompensate about something very particular, and you don't like to be controlled. Again, I'm looking up to see what your question is. I'm looking to say that this is muddled thinking. Okay, so you get very muddled because you can't get your certain particular of your answer. What I'm looking at, and I'm doing LJ right now, this is the reading for LJ, is that there are a certain amount of interruptions of energy that keeps making your heart get crushed. And so you're going to keep longing for the particular answer and you keep searching for a particular answer. You're not going to get it because that's what you're looking for, knowing you won't get it. You're stuck on search mode. It's like forever being a student, never learning how to upgrade to a teacher. So you're stuck on search mode. They said that happens because you feel insecure. And it's easier if you were to allow yourself to stop. You're allowing yourself to realize that I have this disbelief. Because as soon as you start to feel like you're getting the answer, you're like, I can't believe that. Again, you can't get yourself there because you have a certain amount of certainty and uncertainty that happens at the same time. And so this is why you're stuck in the searching mode. Again, I'm not seeing any particular question, but I will keep going. So now I'm looking and I see a certain amount of interrupted energy. Again, I don't want my heart crushed. They said they repeated this because they want you to heal the fact that you have had your heart crushed. I'm sorry, I have not. My weekend was something completely different. So there's a great amount of letdown. There's a great amount of letdown. It's a great amount of letdown. And because of this, you're stuck in the letdown. So now they want you to heal the letdown, which is L3S. Okay, so they want you to go left wrist, first position deep, because I don't want to get confident because I don't want my heart crushed. That's the first layer. The second layer would be, which one? That's what I thought. Is left wrist, third position. Soft, because I feel this She breaks electrics. Okay. Well, yeah, because why create something in the future if you're just going to, so that there will be a zapping. Her will is, electricity is completely off in the will. So she's going to, where do you want her to go? Being let down. Heal the L3S to heal out the letdown. Please measure that. And then you're going to take your, it doesn't matter which hand, place it over your heart. And then you're going to go just like 2 inches above the belly button over. And then you're going to put your hand like this or flat, because this isn't moving. But before you can do this one, you could do this for like a minute, but then you're going to have to go down to the groin area, the place between your gut and your leg. Place your hand there and sit there and hold this, and imagine that the energy that's built up, that's blowing your circuits, is going to go down your right leg or left, because you can do both, and you're just going to feel like that's draining. And just start getting connected with that. And once you feel that's disconnected, you're like, I'm done draining. Then go up, like I said, 2 inches above or 2 fingers above, and then at least 4 fingers over or 5. Then sit there and hold this, because this circuit is blown. Once you start to get that, you may have to do both sides. I would say do that, but you may have to do it several times. Okay. The first one is here. Make sure you go to the groin, then here. Start to get the body, and then you're going to need to do the Celtic Wayne Cook, and then really learn the hookup. Have your mom do it. Absolutely. Because if it is the circuit breakers, you could be experiencing the same thing. Heal that. Both of you can do that. Again, become aware of how you hold those. Okay. And you may have to do it several times. I asked if there's a magnet that needs to be involved. They go, no, this is more of an electrical aspect that doesn't allow you to communicate with the outside. So we have Thor. There she is. There she is. Hello, Bo. Bo, can you see me, Bo? Bo's
so
like,
funny. Watch. Bo, we're gonna be on TV. Look, she's right here.
hi. Hi, Bo.
Right there. You see? That's Brenda. You're on TV.
Oh, don't you love me? Yes, I love you. So he really believes in his mind that nobody loves him.
Oh, I love him so much.
Yeah, but he can't allow himself to feel the love. So what I want, there's a broadcast. Somebody yelled at him, and somebody he can't get that out of his space. So how do we want to do this? A child would be different, but how we can do it with a simple thing.
Well, I yelled at him, but I think he got this before I got him.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I'm looking at how he associates love with disgust. So you're giving him straight love, and he can't help but to pull back. Okay. Oops, hold on. And what I'm getting is that, and if you felt disgusted as you were giving love, or give the facial expression that you're giving love, he may be, see, my whole throat's going.
Uh-oh.
Oh, his body's doing, is he doing like an allergy? Is his body, does he need allergy medicine? What's going on?
Well, he was acting bloated again, and his back was really hurting him, and so I pulled him off all food again, and he's getting the raw meat. I'm not putting anything else in it right now except for the turmeric and the probiotics.
Okay.
But I don't know how long I can do that when his body's going to be deficient in the other things that it needs.
All right, so I'm looking at the pathway. Okay, I'm looking at a very particular pathway, and the kidneys are not able to remove the toxins the way they should, because it is that bad memory that we just discussed. And then because of the kidney can't release it, then the gallbladder has to act a certain way, because the gallbladder can't go to the liver and then talk to the, so there's a disrupt. So I said, in order to help the body, they said the best way to help the body at this point is notice that he has this picture of fear. But his association of love is disgust. They're broadcast, and I feel like it was a woman that had owned him before. So the broadcast of energy that and the broadcast of energy that came off of her that he is stuck in him is very depleting. So she would drain him.
I'm sorry.
And then he says, but okay, yeah, there we go. Put your hand on your head because he's totally thinking it. That is a perfect thing. Keep it there. Now, here's an interesting thing is that he's stuck in this loop that it's got to play out this way. This is what master is, and then this is what is, and this is that. But the body is also doing what he did with her, he's doing with you. So whatever shit show you may be in, he's taking that energy. And he says, I'm here to help you transform your shit. And since you're not doing it, I'm going to try to take it out. This is what animals do. He came in as a big ass heart and he's like, oh, I just want to help.
But I want to help him too.
Right. And that's what we're doing.
That irks me that I can't tell him enough and show him enough. He has to have.
Okay, so let's do this again. He's associating love. So if you're giving him straight love, he's done something wrong. Because in his mind, his filter is, if you show me disgust, then with love. So his program is, you got to be mean to me and then give love. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. See, I can't do it. I can only give you love. So the point is, he's used to that broadcast of that woman. So we're going to see if we can magnetically, and I'm going to ask the body, yes, he can feel this. So I want you to take your hand or magnet, whatever you've got, and I want you to start at the forehead, and we're just going to roll out a particular broadcast. So you're going to say broadcast message dread. And you're going to go broadcast message dread. Just keep doing it all the way. Do it at least 10 times because, this whole body resonates. I have to do this association. I have to. Now, see, now she's doing a disrupt. That's so much. That's good. Okay, keep that up with that dog. Okay. What? Do you have certain kind of perfume or smell, a different deodorant? What do you got on you because he goes, she smells funny.
I just ate some eggs.
Oh, yes. He's like, yeah, see, he's like, Okay. Okay. So now I'm going to look. Now, is this broadcast still there? No, there's a condition. So we got to get this condition.
Okay, magnet, ready.
And he's like, I have to, but this is insanity. Do you want the rub, to use the magnet? How do you want to do this? So we got to understand how he plays this out. He has to tracks it in. Otherwise he spins out. So he feels unworthy. Okay. So he has a particular emotion of feeling unworthy. And okay. So now he's just gave me a little bit more detail. They long for him to shut up. So he must have been a baby crying and whining, like a baby dogs do. And they were longing for him to shut up. He felt their longing.
Aren't you feeling better? I just rubbed out down his back. He came and put his head over my shoulders. So I figured that's what he wanted.
Yeah, that's good. You guys are communicating. He has this overtime hopelessness. So I'm checking, and right now my head's doing things, my body's doing things, and I'm like, geez, oh Pete, what's happening? So we're looking at actions. I'm waiting for this energy to shift, and they're saying okay, what do you want me to do? Tell me. So they're pointing on they have me pointing to how the vibration on the inside is still on hold. Take the magnet and say, I give you permission to express love. I give you permission to express love. And then say, I give you permission to be confident.
He's grumbling at me sometimes.
There we go. So does that switch it? Okay, so the condition has come down a little bit. All right. He has a picture of you, and I think it's transposed to a picture of what his original master was, of them having erratic behavior where they're losing their shit, screaming in the house. So I want you to hold that in your mind where you're like, you're losing your shit. And then you're going to take and use the magnet. And then you're going to notice that he feels insecure about how to help you. And then you're going to roll that at least 10 times.
And what about, I'm going to think about that.
How you can march around the house, be upset, be a shit show, and how he feels insecure. So you're just going to roll that down. Remember to include the head as well. There you go. She's got it. She's just going to hold that image in and see if we can break the electromagnetic connection. Very good. Very good. Very good. So keep that up.
I feel like that's where I can go to.
Notice the emotional, okay, so I'm looking at the instability, emotional instability. That is actually starting to level out. So I'm going to look at this other, and it's almost down. He knows to morph into something. So that's how he gets you to calm down. So now my question is that, let's say you run around being a shit show and you see he needs help because he's sick. You calm down, yes?
No, it stresses me out.
Okay. Well, this is what he learned from his first owner, that if he's sick, he'll get attention, but it also is to calm you down. So whether you do it but it's a program. So in this case,
Baby.
in this case, when this happens, how are we going to break this one? Let's see. Okay, it's a conditioned process. I want you to say you don't. Okay, so put on a piece of paper. You're going to do the repulse compatibility later, and you're going to say don't have to become sick in order for to get attention, or healthy attention. You don't have to be sick in order to get healthy attention. You know. Because the baby, because he's like, I don't know how to get attention except for to be sick, because now this is really an old program. And then you're going to do the repulse compatibility, the tapping with the breathing, and then you really are going to have to sit there and have him in your space, and you have to define what fanatical is. And then you are going to hold L1D and be the conduit for him. Okay. Because he doesn't know how else to be other than sick. Because when a person is fanatical about whether it is something you really want, I feel like maybe the person that had him before could have been more of bipolar. So when they would really get into their manic state, it was very confusing.
Yeah, I've screamed and yelled before too when I get stressed and tired. So
okay,
yeah,
there you go. Okay.
He acts like a sissy. And the hard thing is that I'm going to have to teach people this too.
Yes. This is why, thank God, it is recorded. But it is all about learning how to really understand and help and to heal these beautiful babies. So, see, like he's completely tent. He doesn't have to look at your face and have to worry about your gestures. For him, you are learning how to communicate, creating a language with him. And in this case, he's like, if I put my head here, she'll know what I want. If I do this. So you're learning in a new, complete different language with him. So that's good.
Well, his back still hurts a lot. I mean, it's gotten better because now he'll let me put my hand down.
But you got to remember, the back is hurting, and it has to do with a play out. Remember what we just said. He has to be in pain, suffer, or do something, because he also gets very jealous if he sees you talk to another dog.
It's not necessary anymore. Hey, we're a team. Hey, look at me.
No, he don't want to look at you because
I love you. You're so brave. I love you. You're so brave.
All right.
You're so brave.
It was nice to talk to you, Bo. Okay, we'll talk to you later, honey. I appreciate you, and I'll talk to you later, okay? All right, bye-bye. There's a lot we can do with our sweet little pups. Nikki, did I give you one? I thought I did. Did I completely miss you, or did you not write it down? Well, either way. And then I'll get over to the TikTok room. Nikki, here you go. A certain amount of anger, a residual, and it's showing me the picture of your mom, the anger of your mom. And it's like spit could fly, this and that. There's anger of your mom. So I'm watching the pictures, but I'm also feeling how your body is. So do sensory accessing with your eyes and your body. about this anger, because there was something that shocked you, because I feel like the reverberation of the first shock that it really happened was when you were about 2 months old, 2 weeks, 2 weeks old. Okay. So she wasn't even at you at that point. Oh, yes, it was. She was pissed. Oh, shit. So about 2 weeks old, she's like, why did you stop crying? Ma! And whatever. She didn't know what she was doing. But that reverberation to now just seems to be this space. So go and make sure you do sensory accessing on yourself, and then hold L1D, because you were like, and so that's why you have a hard time being confident the way you want to be confident, not the way she trained you to be confident. Okay. Yeah, they got to tell them, don't take it on, release it, give them permission. They want to hear that. So I'm looking. Oh my goodness. Seriously, Nikki. Oh, so you don't have it anymore? And does that the infection have to do with what we just talked about? They said is definitely distress, and that's how they kept you around the home. So they knew exactly what shit words to say to keep you in their space, and they know exactly what words to say to keep you in the space. So do R1S on top of that, Nikki. So are you still in the room? I see an Abby. I see a toilet alien. So who is, she will read you next. Okay, so speak up. I'll read you in just 1 second. Just let me know who speaks up first. I will look. I know where Jackson Center is. Okay, gotcha. You're talking about the weather. Okay, so who's next? Abby? Okay, Abby, you're next. Future. You want to know about future readings. Okay, so the thing is, you're understanding what about your future. So there must be an unknown. And the unknown, do you feel uncertain? So the question is do I give her 2 or 3? And at this point, we're going to start off. We look at this general thing, and it has to feel like you don't know how to connect. You feel very diminished when you try to think of your future, of what you want. And so you're going into what you know. And I feel like you feel diminished. As I'm looking at this, you also feel like you can't figure it out. So someone said, hey, what are you going to do about your future? You're like, I'm going to, and then you have a rehearsed, maybe talk. But the thing is your body is like going, it's the feeling of that I don't feel safe. That's what's in my future. I feel unsafe. So it's projected in the future. So as this happens, you don't know how to really connect with that part of your future to make something happen. So when you go to make a goal, you can't really connect with your emotions to sit there and do this. So I would tell you to go to my website, follow the link tree, go to there and look for Golden Lasso, and to I'm also going to tell you that it's important is that you stay wishy-washy about your future, because you don't want to make the wrong decision. Because I feel like you have had people that made the wrong decision, and they're living in a lot of regret about their future. So you have a lot of examples, and you're like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to F it up. As I'm looking at this future, there's some great sadness, because what you saw as a kid, you're like, I'm going to have to endure. People are going to die. Things are going to leave. I don't want this. So your mind is posting on things that could possibly happen, and you're already grieving it, even though it's not happened. Does that make any sense? So I'm looking at that future, and I said the future read of relationships has to do with how you're sitting in the yearning position, wanting a relationship to be good. So like I wanted to connect with my husband, and I was in a relationship where I didn't have it. So I was yearning that I just wish that he would like what I would like. So I had to heal that out. But there's also this looking for this particular love and praise and acceptance and adoring that you haven't quite found. That's my reading. Anybody else checking in the rooms? Do speak up. I am paying attention. Okay, I am paying attention. So did I tell you to come back after you did a read? Did I? Because I see you said something about L1D. You either wanted to know what that was, or did you want me to check on you? That's up to you about how to do this. Okay. So you can see that it's 80 in my room right now. My living room is 59 degrees, or my kitchen is 59. So that actually is warmer out there than it normally is. It's still freaking cold to me, though. It is June 20th, and my time, my space is at 2:26 p.m. Hi, Grace. How are you? Are you looking for a free reading? Let me know. And I say yes, please. And that means it gives me permission, and I can give you one. So now it's up to them. LJ said, I was wondering if that was the same space you had said for me. If you want to understand, you can go to YouTube and rewatch the show. I just don't remember your timestamp is, but you can go over to Facebook, look under Medicine Woman Solution, look at my media, and you can see the show and your timestamp and your name. Okay. So Grace, almost 6:20. I have no idea what that is, but Grace, let me know. Or did she say yes, please? Hey, Lucci, how you doing, babe? I'm available. She said yes, so that's me. Okay, so after I'm done with Grace, I'll read you, Lucci. So Grace, I'm going to give you 2 unless my moderator tells me anything different. So I'm looking at ab. You talking about the abs or ab? As an abnormal ab. Something about ab. So something to do with how the realities are, and some of the reality yours. No, others. How other people's realities seem a little bit abnormal. Okay. When you begin to help them, you give this love, and they don't receive you. They don't receive the love. They just don't receive properly. I'm looking at certain amount of emotional jealousy from you. No. So you are looking out and you see emotional jealousy from people. And they aiming it at you. Okay. So, and this then, is the false reality. So in this case, so let's say that you were in a company and your mom and dad own something, you go in and they give you the top job. Other people are going to be completely jealous, or you're the favorite child. What happens with this is that people aim at you and give you a certain amount of unhealthy energies. Does this make sense? Now, that was just an example. I don't know how your family is set up or what's happening, but you can always feel this impending doom, that there's something against you from other people. And you have a particularly bad memory that this is coming from, that is about 3 years old. So I feel like you've been in this situation, even if you're not in your adult life, but you feel attacked and you don't know why. In your adult life, do you feel attacked and don't know why? Then I just told you why. Then what happens is that energy, you begin to fight yourself not to show your greatness. Because if you showed your greatness, then somebody's going to come along and make you feel this bad shit. So then you stay and you've learned to remain small. If any of this makes sense, we'll start you off of feeling small and you feel like you need to stay there. Little L3D. That means you're going to take your left wrist as L, left wrist, third position. Find it by the 3 fingers. Place your thumb down in the third position. Push in deep. Put your finger here. Make the letter C. Safety, security, stability. Palm on forehead. Let the fingers drop and sit there. Yes, this all makes sense to me. It's a 10 or it's an 8, whatever. Stay there until it feels like it's 0. You can heal yourself. Judy, moderator in Facebook land, you are meant to. Thor would like to know her timestamp. So if you could repost that would be great. Oh, Nikki said, oh no, the anger is about me being a little girl, not a boy to keep my father around. Is that it? Interesting. There's still a lot of anger and a lot of things. Well, that's connected to somehow about how somehow out of whatever explained, you get these pictures. Either YouTube or Facebook is where you can learn to see it again. And now Lucia, I see she has this energy of chi, so that's why I call her Lucia. Problems in spaces and time. Why am I not getting the results I want? And so the habitual is to notice that I'm not getting the results I want. So I'll try this. Nope, that don't work. And I try this, that don't work. Habitual is what I want. So as I'm looking around 5 years old, and you have been demoralized. It aimed at you, it's demoralized. And then what happens is that there's a part of you don't ever want it again. So now we're looking at the age of 18. I don't want to be overpowered. I don't want, what's the word you just used? You said over. sympathetic. I don't want to have to fall for that. So I don't invalidate myself anymore. Okay, so what do you want her to really address and to heal? My body just keeps going into how it's stressed, taking old time, and it feels unstable. Therefore, I have aches and pains, and I can't seem to get to the where I'd like to be physically. So they said R3S. You need to address, like, if your organs, let's say the main thing that seems to be stressed most is that they're telling me is that your lungs. So, but you may not feel it because the organ that really is feeling it is the spleen, because you feel attacked or you lack peace. So when you do this, then L3S, just say, my spleen feels stressed, and then you hold R3S to take care of the spleen. So you're going to address just stress. Okay, so that's another way you can use success hope therapy, is to ask in that direction. Look for the stressed part, gland, organ system, and then which meridian do I hold to heal that out? Okay, so we can heal ourselves, or is it through the power of the greater good? You are the greater good. Greater good, how do you define that? You're talking about God. You're going to talk about authenticity. You are made of the essence of the creator of all that is. You are a soul, which has also been gifted to you by the creator of all that is. So you are letting yourself get out of the ego mindset, out of a negative pattern. The more you start to heal that shit out, you start to drop into your natural state of who you are. You can connect more with your authentic self. When you connect with your authentic self, you open up that heart. You open up that part of where your mind is not the body, but your now consciousness, which is you with the essence of who you are, connects to the love of your heart with your gut intuition. You start to create a coherence. So you are actually healing yourself, because the innate wisdom knows that it wants greater things for you, but you're holding shitty ass patterns. The connection of how everything works causes you to be in a situation so you get your shit out of the way by having you hold it, because your frontal lobe creates reality. The blood is in the fight, flight, freeze, and 80% of the blood is in the fight, flight, freeze. So you are using your electromagnetic self, placing it on your forehead, letting the energy come up. As you're doing so, you are holding a very extra point. So you do OMG or success hope therapy, holding a point, and you're sitting there, you're in your hells. You would have done it anyway without your hand on there, but with your hand not on there, you're firing and wiring, and you're making the body, the mind, to go in the body. And so the issue becomes the matter. And you're not your mind anymore. So the body becomes a mind, and you become the shit show. You got to get your power back. So as you work with your innate wisdom, you're going to put your hand like this, and you're going to let the innate wisdom do the healing while you're sitting your shit shows, but you with this time with a tool, and the body's innate intelligence begins to heal. Okay. You're doing the healing, not you, ego. You as a soul, you as an essence of spirit, you as the consciousness, you as love. You are getting your shit out of the way. You're getting yourself out of the way. Now, if you're going to argue to keep your restrictions and you talk yourself out of it, or you do this and that, then the healing tool is not going to work as the most appropriately like you wish. So if you're asking, if you're just ego and you're like, I have fear, is it the devil doing it? Is this not? No, this isn't any of this. Get rid of the enemy, get back into your heart, get past all that stuff, because you are a spirit first. Experiencing this. You have a tool that says, I can communicate something greater than me instead of my shit shows where fear stream's just going to take over. It bypasses that. Hopefully that makes sense. They really like to have a passionate answer. And so that is what happens. I'm not healing you. I'm not crossing in energy lines. You're not really healing yourself as much as you're willing to give permission to say, I connect to my higher good. I connect to my higher consciousness. I connect to my higher self. I connect to the art of love through my heart, and I'm going to heal. But if I told you that, then you would go, I have shit shows. I'm going to hold this and blah, 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 blah. You didn't heal nothing. You have to sit in your hell loops in order for this tool to really work. So you can measure the difference and grow. When they give a passionate answer, they give a passionate answer. So I'm looking. All right. Anybody else in the rooms that looking for a reading? I'm going to go over and make sure I didn't miss anything. We did that. We did that. We did that. All that is good. Yep. Check back over and make sure nobody else wrote me that I did not see. And Madison, hi, Madison. I'll give you 2 minutes unless my moderator tells me something different. And Madison, did I give her one, Ames? Miss Moderator, did I give her one? I don't think I did. So I'll give you 2. Here we go. Madison, even if I give you one, that's fine. Go over to YouTube, watch it anyway. 2 minutes. Here we go. Maddie, somebody always is doing association games with your name. Madison Avenue, Maddie, and somebody's whatever. But the point is what I'm hearing is that there are some realities that you've been looking for. You've been looking for in your heart. I feel like your soul has been waking up. And your soul has been going, oh, but I want something more than this shit show. I want something more. So I feel the soul's urge, and that's a really good thing. And before you couldn't get past all these, but now you're like, you can't even see the issues. So your soul is really pulling you forward. But you feel a little awkward because as you start to become you, this part of your soul that is you, you're going to go, oh, I like crystals. But then the person you're with going, that's shitty ass stuff. That don't work. You hear people that are opposing to what you want to become. I don't care what it is you want to become. You have somebody that is going to be the opposite that makes you go, oh, you're right. I could put that back. That, oh, you're right is where your younger self interferes. So you're going to so R3S. You understand? Right wrist, third position, soft. And what you're going to do is you're going to sit there and go, yeah, they influence me. What makes me think that I should value their opinion? Because they're my mom, or they're just the somebody that said an opinion. I pick up a text and they're saying that's wrong. Oh, maybe they're right. No, heal that shit out. You're ready to get into that so much easier by letting that energy come back to you. You stop going there. Then they want you to understand that you're so let down. Every time you go out to do what you want or become what you want, you're so let down. Again, another person's shitty information or something like this somehow interferes. Now, if something did go wrong and you're not quite right and you're talking to somebody and they give you their shitty ass programs. Well, that wasn't right for you in the first place. Well, you're so stupid. I feel like you really have somebody in your space that is very negative mental attitude and you're trying to ask advice about how to have a positive life from a wrong person. Do you understand? And what I want you to know is that if you allow yourself to stop giving up your expectations because everybody else is right, you're going to focus on, I got to give up my expectations. Grab L1S, put your thumb there nice and soft. Oh my God, I got to give up my expectations. Put that on a scale from 0 to 10. You got 2 particular healing things. Measure them. Hold your position and go, oh my God, this is how I know my life. I know it this way. Oh shit. Sit there, let the body do the healing. Hi from Adelaide. I'm in also Adelaide. How do you like that? I'm over down by Teacher Gully area. Okay. So Cheetah's Cheeks would love to know anything about my baby. I'm pregnant with. If you all right. So I'm going to ask Spirit, will you answer anything about this? And they said, ooh, how about the babies? So I'm hearing the aura of the baby. So in this case, okay, fine. Let's do this way. I'm going to give you 2 minutes unless the moderator tells me anything more. So what we're going to do is that I am hearing the baby. The baby says, I'm really liking the bond, but I feel really small. This is funny. My digestion, I'm learning how this all is connected. I'm growing well. I feel you're hiding. Oh, I feel you're hiding something. And you feel like you always got to overcompensate. You got to put a mask on. You can't let anybody see what you really feel. And I got to put a mask on. And okay. And then the baby says, thanks for asking. But here's the thing. You're accused of doing something. And so far, I really don't think, okay, so I feel like somebody's coming here and going, what are you doing? You shouldn't do that. That could hurt the baby. And I feel like their accusations hurt you more than anything you were doing to me because right now I feel like everything's going, communication is balanced. I feel like the baby says, I feel very stable until, and who is it in your space that is a negative Nancy? My God. They want to keep you for themselves. They don't really want you. It's like they're very overprotective. Something's not right. You used to like this, but now you're like, oh my God. Okay. So I feel like somebody's getting on your nerves. The baby says, you can't be confident. And that when that happens, you then sit into the heartache and then you go into, okay. So your hormones are all over the place. So they said to help balance the hormones, is notice that you just, how this person and somebody, everything just seems to exert their power. You just want to sit there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you that if you're ready to, you can go L1, L2D, second position, push in deep like this, sit there like this and go, oh my God, yes, I know what she's talking about. But I also want you to do this for the baby. Take your left or right hand, I don't care, either one. Find the belly button and you put it over and you go, I bless my baby. And you're going to keep going in circles and say, I bless my baby. And then you're going to start doing it until you just have an imagination that you see blue. Because this is you and the baby communicating with great love. Love is this energy about mothering aspect. Connect and just say, I love my baby. And blessing the baby. I bless my baby. And what you'll do is when you start to see the color blue, you'll start to notice that you and the baby are harmonizing. Okay? Kilburn. Ah, yes. Oh, clear hair. Oh, well, glad to have you here. Does that make sense, Cheetah? Go heal yourself. If you're not sure about that, watch other shows. You can go to my link tree and look at my website to understand more about that. Your brother's on the Sunshine Coast. Awesome. We're going to hopefully travel soon, right? I think we're going to and go down to Tassie soon. I'm not sure. But if you would like a read, let me know. Just share with me. Good night, April Lynn. Well, I'll see you. You got a lot of work to do, but we got to get that body to know it's okay. It's okay. Chris, sending you great love. You can heal. You've got this. Okay. Like I said, if you want a reading, let me know. I'm about ready to go, but I can stick around just for a few more minutes. That's fine. But I should come clock. Oh, I didn't even realize the time. All right. Thank you so much for all the people in Facebook land. We are, and then YouTube land. I'm going to hang up in that. So you know that, yes, Magic Girl. Give me 2 seconds. Let me close this down. Oh, wait, no, I'll keep that one open. I'll close this one down. Thank you so much. Remember that to sign off, remember my hashtags, resolve to evolve, heal instead of deal. You can heal that. When in doubt, heal it out. Grab a tool and heal it out and feel it to heal it. You guys are already blessed. So stay whole and happy healing. Okay. Now, YouTube and over here in TikTok, the Magic Girl, may I have a read? Yes. So if you want your reading to ever see it, you have to go to YouTube now. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes unless my moderator tells me anything different. So what we're going to do is we have a certain amount of fear. A fear. Really, there's like a suspicious. Are you? I feel like somebody is suspicious about something. So somebody's bullshit. Somebody's bullshit. Somebody plays games. Somebody's trying to tell something here because they just took me down a whole road. So do you have somebody in your space that likes to communicate in a certain way that has everything to do with kind of regulating how you act and be? That sounds so weird. Because what I'm also hearing is that there's a certain amount of recall that this is similar to what you kind of had when you were younger, something there. I'm not sure what it is. So it's about how this person acts. You got your own damn thing. Oh, well, okay. But all I know is that the body is saying that sometimes it gets very jealous because they get all the attention. There's something going on. I'm not sure what that is about, but there's a certain amount of talkative. What are you talking about? So the way your body holds it, are you the talkative in the family? Do you like to chit chat? Do you like to talk? Notice the body. Notice the body, because what's happening is there's a certain amount of habits that you constantly feel awkward. And when you start to feel awkward, you start to talk. When that begins to happen, notice that in order to self-soothe, then what do? They said that you feel that, they're showing me that you actually attract somebody to come in and to over talk you and wipes you out. They're actually showing a very specific pattern. Because sometimes you feel like you've gone too far and you feel like you're being bold. And so energy, people, a Polish family that love gossiping. Oh, okay, totally makes sense. I said, so is there anything particular you want her to heal? And they said, well, you just feel the lack of power. So this is why your body is doing what it does. So they want you to just start noticing that to simply put it, certain behavior, certain things when you're looking, and if something feels like it hurts you, so the 41 thoughts is like, oh my God. And to worry, fear, any of this, write down the thing that bothers you. And then I want you to put on a scale from 0 to 10 means, Take your right or left hand, I don't care. Place a palm and let it drop. Sit there and just focus on how you know that bothered you. You stay there until all of a sudden it comes down to 0. Okay. All righty. You can do this, magical girl. I'm glad to see you from Australia. Awesome. So I'm looking at Hope. Oh, wait, Hope and Jamie. Let me see who came first. Jamie did, it looks like. Jamie, then Hope. Jamie says, getting back together with Henry. Is that a question or are you stating it? So come back and ask and tell me whether you're welcome. Spot on. Excellent. Go heal yourself. You're worth it. So, well, Jamie, give me a little bit more detail because that the way you wrote it, it's a question. Gotcha. All right. So I'm going to give you 2. And what I'm hearing is that there are a certain amount of grudge that, so let me ask you a question. Do you have ill will to something he did? Do you have ill will? I can't believe I don't want this to happen again. But then when your heart gets into going, oh my God, I long this, you kind of forget that. But I feel that you're like, it could happen again. Does that make sense to you? Because what happens is that if you want to really be with this person, you have to heal out the fact that your heart was crushed. Because this is going to be the trust was broken. Something was there. Something didn't happen. So the trust, you can't build trust. You can't really rebuild the relationship. You can fake it until you make it, but you don't really. It's going to split. So you're going to start doing L1D, left wrist, first position, pushing deep. And you're going to sit there and go, oh my God, the thing that had happened, you put on the 10. And you just, no matter what it is, it's a 10. Just sit there and let the body do the healing. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Just sit there until you start to feel it shift. You want it to go down to 0. You keep that up. Now, again, focus on how you have this habitual fear that it's going to happen again. And because of this, there's a great amount of overwhelm. And they're saying the heartache. Now, you're still in L1D. The position I just told you, you're going to look at how different phases of the heartache. And then there was a particular heartache. Really focus on how I don't want this to happen again. I don't want this to happen again. I don't want this to happen again. Again, same spot. Now, as I'm looking further, the emotions that you suppressed was that I don't feel stable. But the longing that I want him back because that's probably the best I could ever do, blah, 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 or whatever. You're saying bullshit. That's not true. I can do better. But the longing interferes because you hadn't released that longing. You're going to go right wrist, third position, deep. Okay. That's what you're going to do. Measure it. Hope. Are you still here, Hope? Hope. Remember, you can give donations and you can get to give back and balance out the energy, and you can share out. You can do all these wonderful things. So Hope, if you're still here, then it is, I can address that for you. You understand? Because you have a definition that has to be looked at. So yes. So understand, I'll give you 2 minutes until the moderator tells me anything different. So is this person your soulmate? So again, your definition of what a soulmate is, okay? Yes, in the spirituality, it sounds great. That sounds great. That sounds great. But as the soul is there, and is he going to be here forever? And is he supposed to be there? The soul in this case is that, have you traveled before? Yes, you've traveled at least 4 lifetimes. And I said, and what happens? Well, each time there's a certain amount of disapproval energy that happens, and there is a certain amount of self-consciousness that goes on. Okay, so are you going to be the forever? So until the day you die, could be 100 years, whatever. It doesn't matter. It can be. Okay, but there's an over-concerned. And the way that both of you act, one becomes oversympathetic, the other one becomes very self-imposed limitations. So there is a great compromise that's instead of both of you winning, you both are standing back and limiting yourself and doing this. So they're looking at a very specific thing that causes the relationship not to be as healthy as it could. Because one person gets galled, the other person gets in a panic, and then when you start running with those energies, you're already out of sync. You're just starting to vibrate. They want you to begin to heal this. I said, so what is the one thing that you can begin to heal so they can start making it so they can be together for a long time? And it's the overbearing energy of when a person gets excited or angry. So who in the relationship is that can't cope, handle, and deal? Who is in the relationship that just spouts and spits, as the way they process? Who in that relationship is doing this? Because they're saying for you that sometimes you feel a great amount of lack of power when this happens, whether it's from them or from you, and you're going to hold L2D, left wrist, second position, pushing deep, okay? And you're going to sit there. And you're going to sit there and you're going to heal it out to 0, all right? And is there anybody else in the room that wants a reading before I go? Nance, okay, so now soul and twin flame are 2 different meanings. Again, what is your meaning and where did you learn it from and who did you learn it from? Now, it's a desire to want them to be your twin flame, which means, is this person equal to that part of you that is that other half that has to do with the yin and yang? And that I really feel that it's you are in a conditioned process. You will not be able to discover whether he is meant to be your twin flame or this. You can sit there and be told that he's a twin flame, but the thing is your interesting energies of how you relate to one another is not going to function properly. You are literally going to have a great amount of awkwardness. They're saying it don't matter if he is or isn't. You have to get over this awkwardness. You have to get out of that, because your nerves are saying, I have to compensate. I have to compensate. It's like when you have a stone in your shoe and you begin to walk and you start limping, you take the shoe out, you still limp. You want this relationship to work, you have to heal your shit. You're asking for a yes and no. I said, is this your twin flame? And I'm going to say you can't work towards it. You have a lot of shit to do. If you understand twin flames, there's a lot of shit you need to work at. I've seen people get together that have not taken care of their shit shows, and that splits them. Usually when you want a soulmate, a twin flame, somebody that you think is going to last forever, you've got to still heal your shit. Because you still have the power of choice. They have the power of choice. It has to do with the power of free will. You can keep this beautiful person in your life if you start to heal your shit, if they heal their shit, if you're both growing on the trajectory together and in sync. Toho. Okay, so Toho, one question, don't ask me anything else. You understand. Okay, go heal, because the point is your heart can't heal them or love them, because that's why you're asking me the question. Toho, here we go. I'll give you 2 until the moderator tells me something different. There's a certain amount of impending up and down energy that you've memorized, meaning when you were about 2 months old, the download for your family is that you're supposed to think about it is the way you process it. So you thought about it in so much to get an answer, and it's like you delete, distort, and generalize. You're like, I gotta come up with the answer to solve this. Well, the problem is in the download, what you did is that, let me ask you, did anybody in your family ever angry? Okay, ever angry or ever disappointed? When those 2 come together, it'll create, it's called disappointment. And anger creates bitterness. Now, this bitterness is a download that is already in play. Yes. Okay. This you can change, because you were taught that the family did not know how to do this. This is how they did it. And then you can't self-soothe, because every time you go to try to do something, that damn bitterness is going to come back and bite you in the ass. You then started noticing that you're angry and you're disappointed. And then you go out and you're like, but I don't want to do that to these people. This means you're waking up. But the idea is that it hurts. They said if you were understand that causes you to feel unstable when you try to do something, it causes you to feel a lack of power. They said to really get a handle on healing this out so you can have your power back is understanding that you do not have to have this in relationships, and that you can create a stability within yourself, and you can stop fighting yourself by stop looking for, did I do it right? For approval from this particular person. They're a program. They are just a program. They are not, I don't care if you tell them in the face, they're still a program. So they want you to help the body. So you take your right wrist, 3rd position, nice and soft. You find that 3rd position by laying 3 fingers. So then you do it nice and soft. And you're going to put the palm on your head, on your forehead, and just let your fingers drop. And you're going to sit there. And you're going to look at this person that you love I'm given approval. I need their approval. I got it, but I can feel their disappointment. I can feel their anger. I can feel it, and it hurts. And it is a parenting control mechanism that back in the day of the paradigm is how they controlled you. I'm so disappointed in you is a way to get you to behave so that they get being this parent. And friends do it too. I had somebody that thought they were my friend, and I thought they were my friend until they started pulling this shit onto me. And I'm like, excuse me, you're not my family. And my family does not allow to do that to me either. These games, these energy pulls are not going to fly. You're going to have to be released, and I'm going to rise because I'm not doing this with you. And so you are meant to begin to help you. Now, the reason that you have the triple warmer that you're going to be working on is so that the body can calm down. So when this shit show begins to happen, you don't have to lose your shit. You can learn to self-soothe. And you don't have to go into the gameplay. You don't have to go into the energy pool. You don't have to go into the loop of the matrix. You're going to go, so you, and, again, you may have to do this several times. Okay. So I see Ash says, yes, please. So 2, unless the moderator tells me anything different. Ash, I'm looking at a heartache. Nothing but a heartache. So I hear a lot of songs. So I feel like you've been soothing yourself with a lot of songs. And they said this is your coping tool, is to listen to a lot of songs, but the heartache is still there. And sometimes a tear will sneak out of your eye before you know it. Do you have heartache? Let me know. This is for Ash Marie 5. Because what I'm seeing is that you've been contemplating, how do I let it go? But at the same time, I don't know how to stop the emotions so that I can actually move on. And I just feel this need that I have that says that I have to keep rehashing this over and over. If this makes any sense, let me know. Because your body is not letting you rest because you're guilt tripping yourself. Yes, you've lost 2 babies. Okay, makes sense. So what they want you to do is they want you to do is called the disrupt. So I'm going to give you this point you're going to do afterwards. But if you want to disrupt, this is what we're going to do. So you're going to learn to write down R3S, the letter R, the 3 and the S, right wrist. That's R. 3 is 3 fingers. And the bottom one is the 3rd position. And you're going to put your thumb in soft. S is for soft. Put your letter C, wrap it around. And then you place your hand on top of your head, with his palm, and let your hands drop. And you're going to sit there and you're going to feel this guilt tripping. You keep causing you're blaming yourself. Guilt tripping, guilt tripping, guilt tripping. But we want to create a disrupt, lung, thyroid, heart, left, right. I want you to take your right wrist, and I want you to notice that it's not on the side, it's right in the front, right at the crick. You take your palm and slide it across. Flip the hand, do the back of the hand. Flip the hand, do this like this. Do you understand? You keep doing this like this. Very good. Very good. And do it 12 times. And you're going to come in and you're going to rub because your heart needs to become unlocked. You've had these bad experiences. So then you don't have to wave your hand. Just push your thumb in and rub. Okay. And then after you do that, then you go and begin to do R3S. Okay. Okay. Angie. So if you're looking for a read, let me know. I'm just about ready to close up because I'm going to have to go. It's 3 o'clock, so I can take the last one and then I have to go. Ash, you're worth it. Go heal your heart, baby. Go heal it. Nothing worse than what you just had to go through. I swear to God. I please, Spirit, don't show me anything else. I've already gone through a lot of that crap. So anyway. All right, Ange, yes. Okay, so I'm going to give you 2 unless the moderator tells me anything different. Before I go any further, yes, I do private reads. You just go to my link tree, find you can go to Facebook, and then you can go and sign up, and we can, if your time difference is completely different, because I'm in Adelaide, Australia, you just write me, and then we can figure it out. So I have different costs and different times, but it's all about specifically designed for you to heal and to get a read. I look forward to hearing from you. Okay, Angie. What I've noticed is there is a certain amount of gall, an addictive behavior, and it's aggressive. So what happens is that when we experience something and we think and wire it, we become addicted to it. So if you're happy and you haven't had that experience, the energy of the body will go out and draw people to come to you and make you galled. Your body is so used to doing this program, it's like walking. So it's going to make people come in and make you galled. Okay, you following me? Oh my God, I can't believe they did that. Now, during this whole process, there's a lot of blaming energy. And this is like the main thing. It's like energy of blame. No matter what, this is what you're supposed to do in this, what's called family and love. But you're standing back, your soul's waking up going, wait, what? No. I'm looking at this and it's about, there's a certain amount of emotions. And my God, you feel so depleted. You're like, oh my, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. And so you get galled. And I swear to God, as soon as it's like somebody wants you to, so the behind the galled is somebody has an intention for you. Now see, my nose is itching for some reason. And you have this certain amount of resentment. You're like, oh, I just don't want to do this anymore. Fuck off. And again, the body is resending energy. So you have to keep re-experiencing this. The addiction. And we want to break this addiction. The body's addicted to it. And it has to do with feeling this power that you the exertion of the power. You can feel that. You can feel that you have to act this way, how this happens. You're like, oh my God, just measure it. Get one of them. You're like, I'm done with it. You grab your left wrist. Second position, find the two fingers. The second position, put your thumb there nice and soft, not hard, nice and soft. Put your finger in the palm, wrap it around, palm on the forehead, let it drop. Sit there and go, oh my God. Measure how you know what galled, the whole thing that we talked about. Just keep it there until the body heals itself down to zero. All right, my loves. It's time for me to go. Thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so much for the shares. And those that have given gifts, we have set it up. So by the 1st of July, you will, your name will be in a drawing and you have a chance to win. Now, hopefully you stick around to find out who won that. And if you won it and I can't get a hold of you, then, we're going to find out. This is the first time that we were able to do this. And you're welcome. You go heal yourself because you're worth it. Hashtag, you're going to learn about resolve to evolve. You're going to learn how to heal instead of deal. And you're going to learn how to feel it and to heal it. But when you're in doubt, just grab your hand. I don't care which one. Place it on your hand. When in doubt, grab a healing tool and heal it out. Because in the end, you're going to start realizing you're worth it. And self-care is better than aftercare. No more aftercare because you're worth it. All right, my dears. We'll talk to you later, and thank you for all that you've done. Well, that's not how I do it. How do I get out of here? Swipe to the left. That was open the whole time. Well, that's all right. Okay, bye. Stay blessed. Did it hang up? Yes, there it goes. All right, so now you have been following all along, and I appreciate that. We'll talk to you real soon. Okay? Stay blessed.